boys are back in town. The Toronto Maple Leafs training camp's opened. 40-man training camp, extended rosters. Hockey season's quickly approaching us, and if you read the title, it's going to be a long show. It's going to be a really long show. We got Rib. We got me. How you doing today, Rib?
Good. You know how I feel about Maple Leaf Media Nation? And we're all in pretty good moods right now. We got our Team Canada, World Juniors, gold medal. Bring it back home to Canada, back to back. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. I'm excited. Game starts at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to do Leaf Talk Live. It's Leaf Talk Live. We're going to do what we do best, talk about the Maple Leafs. And we are going to transition into the gold medal game around 9:30 p.m. And we got comments here. Jason Brooks. Shout out to Jason. Always there. Go Canada, go. Going for gold tonight. Go Leafs, go. Exactly. And I'm really curious to see if anyone sticks through this whole show with us. That'll be interesting to see.
We'll see who the troopers are. If we got a true loyal fan that stays with us for 5 hours, my heart goes out to him.
And I got to shout out Jason Brooks again because Fantasy Frenzy Friday. This is something that we mentioned on last week's show. So this upcoming Friday, we will be doing a live fantasy draft, Yahoo fantasy draft for the upcoming season. And this is an opportunity for all you viewers, all the fans, Toronto Maple Leafs fans. You can get on Leafs Talk Live Friday night doing a fantasy draft with us. So if you're interested in that, serious inquiries only, shoot us a message, Leafs Talk Maple Leafs Media on Facebook, Instagram, and we'll do our best to get as many of you in here.
And yes, we do support the Goons. Hits and penalty minutes will count for points and be well adjusted in this league.
So the Maple Leafs, I don't know if you saw it, Rib, but they announced their lines this week, and these are tentative lines, of course. A lot can change from now to the season, approximately 10 days away, and even more can change throughout the season, especially with the virus, what's going on in the world. I'm going to show you some of these line combinations, and I want to get everybody's thoughts on this. Your thoughts, everyone in the comments, thoughts. Drop your thoughts in the comments section throughout the show, and we'll have a good discussion like we always do on Leaf Talk Live here. Also, make sure you send in your trade offers. Send in your trade offers throughout the show. This is a segment we do. Smash the like button.
Trade Nylander. Don't expect anything different from the show. We know how everyone feels in the comments.
Make sure you smash the like button. Hit the notification bell to be notified every time we're live here. So I said lines. The lines were announced for the Maple Leafs. First line, Jumbo Joe Thornton on the left wing. That big presence, the big man, the veteran, with Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner. I guess we should talk about this first. Do you think Joe Thornton can keep up on this first line?
I think Joe Thornton has the best hockey IQ on that line. And I think that is what's going to make the difference for him. Obviously, his foot speed is not going to be the same as when he was drafted. Way back when, before we were even born. He's an old man in the league nowadays, and obviously physical age gets to all of us. But one of the smartest players we've seen in the NHL for a long time. His game speaks volumes. And sure, I think he's going to put up a lot more points if he stays on that line than he ever did with his line mates in San Jose last year.
Yeah, Kevin LeBlanc and Marcus Sorensen, and he put up 31 points with them last year. Those numbers are going to skyrocket, and I think that they're going to go up in a shortened 56 game season. I think he's going to have more points in a smaller sample size than he did last year. And you know what? I'm going to allow Austin Matthews to tell us more about how Joe Thornton's looked this year.
He looks good. He spent quite a bit of time the last couple of weeks, and then obviously back at the Ford Center skating. So he looks good. He's been playing. Looks sharp. I mean, he just looks like Jumbo out there. So It's been great so far having him here, and he's been a great addition. Brings great energy to the rink every day, and I think everybody's just super excited to have him on the team.
It looks like Jumbo. That's all you want to hear. Obviously, being out in Davos, Switzerland, playing in the Swiss League, that's beneficial to him. And I think playing with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews is going to be beneficial for Thornton. But playing with Thornton is going to be beneficial for these younger talents as well. They're going to learn a lot from him, learn more about how to be the best professional you can. And Joe Thornton's obviously going to benefit from their talents.
And shout out to Jack in the comments. I love his point of view here. Love that I saw him coming back. He's going to bring the thunder for this run at the Cup. Isn't that what it's all about? Leafs Nation for the COVID Cup.
Let's see what Jason Brooks has to say here. That first line would be interesting. I think it's going to be a challenge for Jumbo Joe to keep up with Matthews and Marner, but I think he can do it. I think so. I mean, that's a fair comment, fair analysis. I mean, Joe Thornton, over 40 years old. It's going to be tough to keep up with these younger talents that were actually born the same year he was drafted first overall. That's an incredible stat. That's impressive for Joe Thornton to even be playing at this point in time. Like, shout out to Joe Thornton, and he wants to make a run at the Stanley Cup. Austin, that's not me getting a player on the show. That wasn't Austin Matthews queued up, but he just that was a clip of Austin Matthews. I got other clips of players here. Let's hear about what Mitch Marner has to say about playing with Jumbo Joe.
I talked to Sheldon later that day, and he said that was the line we're starting with. So I'm excited about it. I mean, I've watched Jumbo for a long time. What he does with the puck, how he controls the puck in the ozone, it's pretty well. It's very impressive to watch. I mean, it's going to be fun to play with a very talented playmaker. And for me, I think it's just trying to find holes in the middle of the ice that I can get in open spots to be more of a shooter and more of a threat.
I mean, it seems like Mitch Marner knows exactly what Jumbo Joe is capable of doing. Joe Thornton had 92 assists back in 2006-2007 season. Sure, that's over a decade ago. I know. But he's still capable of doing these things. He might not be the fastest skater anymore, but he can create plays with his hockey IQ, like you said.
And I think the big thing that we'll see is how much will Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner improve and learn from Joe Thornton. Even if this is just a one-year experience, do we see Marner coming out of this as twice the playmaker he currently is? Or Matthews develop the whole two-way parts of his game in areas that he previously hadn't done? With that elite experience, and with Joe Thornton both coming in at the size to teach Matthews everything about the two-way game, and with the hands and playmaking skills that can benefit Marner, I think he makes a huge impact. And I think even if Joe Thornton is only a Maple Leaf for 1 year, there's going to be ripple effects felt throughout the Leafs organization for the future.
100%. You said it. I got Jack in the comments section. Joe can forecheck big time, and Mitch and Austin will benefit. There's no way that these two younger talents don't benefit from playing with Jumbo Joe Thornton. Let's hear what Jumbo Joe has to say about playing in Toronto, though, and getting used to being in a new environment.
Struggled when it comes to the playoffs, haven't been able to get past that first round. Obviously, you have that veteran presence, but what else can you bring to this team to help them get over that hump?
Yeah, whatever happened in the past really don't matter to me. I think just, it's a new season, new slate, but just bring energy every day. Just be excited, play with no fear, and just enjoy the game. I think that's, what I'm going to, stress these guys. Just every day, just enjoy it. Enjoy it. It goes by so fast, but put the work in, and you'll be rewarded. And that's, started today, we put the work in, and tomorrow we'll go back at it. But, enjoy what you do, and we'll be fine.
What a professional's response right there.
I love how well spoken he is. You can tell that he was a captain for as long as he was and has been in the league for that long.
Doesn't this look? I love that. It looks nice.
Yeah, it's an interesting number, 97. A tribute back to the year he was drafted, before we were even born.
It's the 97 line because the two younger talents being born that year, Jumbo Joe being drafted that year. 97 has a significance for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Shout out Joseph Clark in the comments. Always bringing the heat.
Leafs Nation. Leafs Nation. They get players because players notice the quality of this channel. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joseph. Hope to see you later tonight. We've got a jam-packed show for you guys. As I said at the beginning of the show, it's going to be a lot of talking about the lines, the line combinations that the Maple Leafs have announced. They're all tentative. And the World Juniors gold medal game is on at 9:30 p.m. I got my Canada gear on. You're not going to see me wearing red on this channel very often. I'm hyped about it. Finland won the bronze today. 3 Maple Leafs prospects from there, and it's gonna be a long show. So
You're pretty high on that Finnish team too, huh? With all those Leafs prospects, huh, Varco? You just love those guys.
yeah, I'm gonna show you a clip of one of these.
I think Varco's just pulling up a clip here for a second. I think our man host has abandoned us. So
Okay,
he's
right
back. There we go.
I'm right back.
Shout out to Leafs Nation.
So I'm gonna show you a clip of the Finnish hockey team. Here's Ronnie Hirvonen with a clutch play to send Finland to the semifinals.
Then the Finns just stayed on the puck and they attacked the net. The play comes in front. Hedman misses another opportunity, but Hirvonen, who is so alert, zips around with the puck and slips it under the pad of Onnefault, swinging around the other way, short side. Hirvonen is always alert.
That's something you love to see from players in the World Juniors. You see them in these big clutch moments representing their country. It's something that can only transition positively to the NHL level.
I think the Leafs will be a benefit of a lot of these prospects moving forward. And I think the World Juniors just really shows what passion a player can do. For a lot of these guys, you can look back at their rosters. There's, yes, for every McDavid and Bergeron and Taves that come out of the World Juniors and are absolute stars, there's always those guys that don't exactly manage to crack the lineup and make as big an impact. And for some of them, that's the best and biggest hockey they're ever going to play. And you can see it in the emotions they all have playing for their country.
Justin Pogge. Justin Pogge is one of those guys that comes to mind. Leafs Nation knows about him. I'm sure y'all do.
Yeah, let us know in the comments if anyone's got any heartbreaking stories of Leafs prospects back in the day. Any names that come to mind, let us know your thoughts.
So let's continue talking about the Leafs, though, because it's been a jam-packed week in Leafs Nation. We'll get to the World Juniors closer to 9:30 p.m. There's a lot I want to talk about for our Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's talk about line number 2, because I actually predicted this line a couple weeks back on Leafs Talk Live. Jimmy Vesey on line 2 with John Tavares and William Nylander. I absolutely love this.
This man over here, he's greasy for Vesey. What can I say? He loves him some Jimmy Vesey, and he called it right back when, the Tavares, Nylander, Vesey line. Do you see this line lasting for the whole season?
I think it could. I think that there's going to be a lot of shuffling, and if there's like one positive test anywhere, there's going to be the opportunity for someone to fill bigger shoes, bigger roles, and if they step up and play in that role the way that they should, I don't think that they're going to change the hot hand. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say that this won't be the line the whole year round, but I am very positive that Jimmy Vesey is going to surprise a lot of people.
So the question with this line that really just hits me, who do you think scores more? Nylander or Tavares? More points at the end of the year. Which one?
More points, I'll say Tavares. More goals, I'll say Tavares. Yeah, I'm going to say Tavares for both.
Tavares homer through and through. Love the support.
Who do you think?
I think it's a real toss-up there. I think Nylander is, again, due for another breakout year. He showed last year what he can do. And I think if he can keep up that sustained excellence over these whole game schedule, who knows? he may just have a little bit more punch this year than captain Toronto Maple Leaf John Tavares.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I want to show, because everyone seems to be surprised about Jimmy Vesey being up on that second line. Let's show what Jimmy Vesey had to say in the press conference when asked just about playing on this Maple Leafs team with some of these veteran players, because I think this is a really cool story that Vesey told us.
To be playing with guys I grew up watching. I mean, I've been really impressed with Spets, to be honest. I think he still has a lot to give in his tank, and really still sees the ice well. And then for me, being from Boston, I grew up watching the Bruins. Joe Thornton was the captain. He was my favorite player, and I wore number 19. I wore 2 numbers in my life before I turned pro. Number 8 was my dad's college number, and number 19 for Joe Thornton. So just to be on the same team as him and see him on an everyday basis, it's unreal.
What have your interactions with Joe been like so far?
I've kind of been in awe, to be honest. Trying not to act like an idiot in front of him. He's obviously got a great resume, and when he walks into a room, I know a lot of guys have said this, but he's in there, and he commands a lot of respect. So I've been quiet, just observing him and trying to learn as much from him as I can.
And Camden, I see your comment. VC is due for a breakout year. Do we interact with the audience ever? I think we do, but we're going to try to continue doing the best we can. We try to stay consistently consistent with getting to the comments. You don't see any lines lasting all season, neither do I. It's a matter of so many changes, bumps along the way with the pandemic. I agree with you, Camden.
And back to my point, I see Camden was listening. There's a Leafs player that was supposed to be big. In fact, Tyler Biggs, right in his name. First-round draft pick. Brian Burke loved him. We all saw how that worked out. Prospects don't always pan out. A player like him would have been perfect on this third line right about now.
Well, Topi Niemela will be a steal, and we'll get to that a bit later. I've got a bunch to say about Niemela. This is gonna be like a 4 or 5 hour long show, so if you stay tuned, you might get to witness what I have to say.
Although, thank you to Jack for echoing my point. You just can't count out Nylander. He is breaking out this year, and I think a lot of Leaf fans are going to be pleasantly surprised.
I think he broke out last year. Honestly. He had over 30 goals, so in 70 games, I think that he absolutely did. I mean, I just think that he could take his play to another level this year. I agree with you. I think he's already broken out, though.
I think there's only more to come, Jake. There's only more to come.
Yep.
I hope that you eat those words when the season comes around and Nylander puts up more points than Tavares.
Eat those words. I've been supporting Nylander on this channel week in and week out. Everybody in the comments section always saying trade Nylander for Gostisbehere, Pacioretty. I'm always defending William Nylander, my good friend.
And I love Donnie's take here. Burke said Kessel was going to score 50 goals. Yeah, Burke did say some outlandish things. And Phil Kessel, that was a heartbreaking trade for the Maple Leafs.
Got to show the comment before from Donnie. Happy New Year, everybody. This is the first show of the new year. So happy New Year to everybody. Hope you all had a happy holidays. Happy New Year. Hope everyone's staying safe. So let's talk about the third line and a comment here.
Is Hyman getting screwed? Oh my. Who would you play him over, though? Would you put him over Vesey in the second line? Let us know. Because I know what Jake feels about this, because Jake loves Vesey. Like I said, he is very greasy for Vesey, and I think he would stick with that.
Let's talk about the third line. Mikheyev, Kerfoot, and Hyman. And I'm not against Zach Hyman at all. I think Zach Hyman's a great player. He scored over 20 goals last year with the Maple Leafs. And you know what? Zach Hyman, he's been on the top line the past couple of years. But I think that it would be a nice change of scenery to put him on this third line. And he's going to – the roster's always going to be fluctuating. The lineup's always going to be changing throughout this season. I think putting Zach Hyman on this third line, there's nothing wrong with it. This third line right here looks like one of the best third lines in the NHL right now. Mikheyev, Kerfoot, and Hyman, they're going to feed off each other exceptionally well. They're going to get the puck deep in the offensive zone. They're going to get in the scrap areas in front of the net. I love this third line.
I think this third line is going to be hell for other teams to play. I think they're going to hit hard, they're going to skate fast, and they're going to make a big impact. And how many other third lines across the NHL, and especially the All-Canadian division this season, will be able to match up?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that there's too many third lines in the NHL that can match up with that. That is a hell of a third line. Hyman playing on the first line against first line talent all these years. He's going to go down to the third line. And then Mikheyev, he's going to have a bounce back year after he had a decent showing last year, but with his injury, he's going to be motivated. I think there's a lot of potential with this lineup.
I think we've got another big fan of VC here, Jake. Camden's back on your side.
Big fan of VC. We know that Hyman's capable of 30 goals. VC, we aren't. Coaches probably have more trust in Hyman having his own line. I think that's something else you need to consider, is that they want Hyman to have his own line. That's a great point. And VC is capable of scoring goals, and I just want to say he scored 50 goals in his first 3 seasons, and you can say, sure, that's not that great, but that was with some bad Rangers teams, and then he was a victim of circumstances in Buffalo last year. We had a down year, scoring 9 goals. Jimmy Vesey is going to be an impact player for this team this year, and he put him beside John Tavares and William Nylander. I love it.
Vesey's got a lot to prove. If he wants to see more money in his next contract, this is the team. He's got no excuses anymore. Not a bad situation, not bad players he's playing with. This is his time to shine. He's got to show out.
Hey, Sean, how's it going? Welcome back to Leafs Talk Live. Hyman was on pace for over 30 goals. Yep. Remember when Mikheyev was MVP of scrimmage, and then they didn't play him against Columbus? So, question here from Avas. Switch Soup with Simmons, and I'll show where Wayne Simmons is in this lineup. Wayne Simmons is on line 4 with Barabanov, Spezza, and Simmons. And I'm going to tell you why I wouldn't change Wayne Simmons up to the third line for Ilya Mikheyev's spot. You see that name right there beside Spezza? Barabanov. I probably messed it up a couple times. He's never played in the NHL. He's played in the KHL for 7 years. And that's a very skilled, talented league. But he's got to come over to the NHL level, learn how to be a professional in the NHL. Let's see it at the NHL level. And what better players to play with to transition your talents to this league than Jason Spezza and Wayne Simmons?
And here's my hot take of the episode. Wayne Simmons ends up on the first line by the end of the season.
Oh?
Instead of Joe Thornton. I like Thornton's fit there. I don't think it's a season-long thing. And I think the Wayne train still has a lot left.
The Wayne train. I mean, whoa. All aboard the Wayne train. So, yeah, Wayne Simmons. I think that he's putting him with Spezza and Barabanov. I like this a lot. That's over 2,000 games of NHL experience to pair with Barabanov. He's going to benefit from that a lot, and Spezza and Simmons are going to benefit from playing with him as well.
I kind of wonder how Simmons feels about this, though. Coming to a team like this, obviously he wants to win, but a fourth line for a player like him that's been pretty consistent through his career, I'm not sure this will stick the whole season. I think surrounded by the right circumstances with a bounce-back year, Simmons will be hungry. Similar to BC. He's got something to prove.
Well, let's hear what Wayne Simmons has to say about playing in Toronto.
The skill level of this whole group is just ridiculous. So obviously, I hope to bring my physicality and the traits that I bring. Not front presence, the leadership, and just try to integrate myself within this group and help the boys out.
See, I think he knows his role on this team, and his role it's expandable. He can play in multiple different roles on this team. But as you said, there's so much skill and talent on this team. I just don't know how you can put him up on the first line.
I think Wayne Simmons will not only be a good player for the Leafs this year, I think he will be a key player in the Maple Leafs Media Fantasy League. And if for any of you that haven't heard, we're running our own fantasy league here on Maple Leafs Media. For serious fantasy players, it's coming Friday. We're going to do a live draft show. You can come on with Jake and I, other drafters, show the live experience. And I think that Wayne Simmons, you'll see that physicality like you mentioned. It'll come through in the hits he'll get throughout the year. He'll score some goals, get some assists, maybe see a touch of power play time here and there. But I think I could see a 15-goal, 150-hit kind of season for Wayne Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne Simmons, his impact, it's going to be huge. And it's not just his physicality. He also brings that leadership. He's going to demand that you bring the best of the best, like your best ability every day to practice. He's going to make everyone around him better. And he's just going to demand that you do the best you can every single day because he's getting near the end of his career. He's 32 years old. He's older now. He wants to win. He's another one of these guys that's hungry for a cup. And I'm super excited to see all these older veteran presences in the locker room.
On a side note, to anyone that is interested, just reach out here to Maple Leafs Media, shoot us a message, and we'll send you the link to get into the Fantasy League. And I love the comment here from Donnie. You'll see some penalties from him too. He definitely brings that toughness to the Leafs team that we've needed for quite a while now.
I love this comment right here. JD Duga, third line grind, 100%. The third line's going to grind this year. That third line is going to be, it's going to be quite the unit. Let's show that third line for you guys again. So the third line is Mikheyev, Kerfoot, Hyman. That's going to be a cohesive unit. It's going to get the puck in deep. And then the fourth line, Brabnov, Spezza, Simmons. That's going to be a physical unit. And we even saw Spezza get physical in the qualifying round last year.
I think a telling tale too is if you go back to the third line for a second, pull that up.
Third line?
The majority of those players could play on a second line in hockey and not look out of place. Heck, with Hyman, he's proven that he can play on a first line and not look out of place. And I think that just shows the depth to this Leafs team, that they are deeper than ever. And they've got the experience, and they've been embarrassed in the playoffs for a few years now. And if that isn't enough to get this team to grow and to really push with everything they have this season, I'm not sure there's going to be another season quite like this where they're going to have this opportunity.
Well, there's some comments saying that Kerfoot's injured. I haven't heard about that. Have you?
I haven't heard any of the recent Kerfoot news. If anyone would like to illuminate us on that a bit, the reports and the details of the injury, feel right ahead to throw in the comments, and we'll highlight it up on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something I've missed. But we asked, can Thornton keep up on the third line? Let's talk more about Jimmy Vesey on that second line, though. Were you surprised to see Jimmy Vesey on line 2?
No, for one reason, and one reason only. Because my boy Jake called it on the show. He's the one that got me thinking that Vesey might even be a possibility for the second line in the first place. Now, at the time, I thought he was crazy. I thought he was just, again, greasy for Vesey. It's going to catch on. But he was right. And obviously, Sheldon Keefe and Kyle Dubas and the management over there at the Leafs see a lot of really good things in Jimmy Vesey that they think could complement John Tavares very well and William Nylander. And I hope they're right. I hope Vesey really has this defining year for his career.
Jimmy Vesey is going to have that breakout year. I'm telling you, Jimmy Vesey playing on that line. He hasn't had line mates like John Tavares or William Nylander ever in his career. He's been on some bad teams, victim of circumstances, I'm telling you. And JD Duga put this question here. Does Thornton have the speed to keep up with Matthews and Marner? We addressed this at the beginning of the show, but I'll do it again because it's an interesting talking point. I mean, sure, his legs, they aren't what they used to be, obviously. but he's got the playmaking ability and the hockey IQ to keep up with these guys. He's ahead of them in the hockey IQ category, and all those years of experience, he's just going to know where to go on the ice. He doesn't have to be as fast as them necessarily. He's just going to be able to feed the puck to Mitch Marner, Austin Matthews, and that's going to take a lot of the playmaking stress off Mitch Marner, who's been on record saying he wants to shoot the puck more frequently this year.
And I think, again, to highlight back, he's called Jumbo for a reason. Speed was never Joe Thornton's game. Even at his peak, good skater was never the fastest skater in the league. It was always that combination of the size, those godlike hands, and that hockey IQ. And those age well. And I think especially when you put him around with two players like Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner that have that speed to complement it, good things happen.
We got some updates about Kerfoot here. So day-to-day apparently went down at last training camp day. He did get hurt today. I think it was an upper body injury. He's listed as day-to-day. So, I mean, even with day-to-day, because this brings me to a comment here somewhere. I don't know where I saw it. It was just about the depth, though. The depth on this team. There's so much depth, and it's a good thing. We have Nick Robertson. This might be an opportunity for Nick Robertson. Nick Robertson, where is he on this lineup? I thought he was a lock.
Why is Nick Robertson not at the World Juniors right now? Is my better question. If he's not in the starting lineup, why is he not in the World Juniors playing in this gold medal game tonight?
Well, let's listen to what Kyle Dubas has to say, because he's more qualified to answer than us.
Hi, Kyle. This is more of a bookkeeping question. I'm just curious about the status of Nick Robertson. Without an OHL team to go to, where can he go? If he doesn't quite make the team, can he play for the Marlies if the Marlies even play? Like, what's his status?
We don't know the official ruling on it, but my understanding, Kevin, I don't want to speak out of school, is that we are allowed to assign him to the taxi squad to the Marlies until the OHL sets its official start date, and so that's the way that we'll operate it in the short term with Nick.
So I'm trying to understand. I don't know exactly where Nick Robertson's going to be ending up this year. Hopefully he gets an NHL level. What did you take from that?
I mean, as a Canadian fan, I think Nick Robertson not being here gives us a better chance to win. And that makes me happy. But as a fan of the World Juniors and wanting to see the best players there to represent the country and really see the most competitive close games, there's no reason that Nick Robertson should not be playing right now if he is not in that opening day roster.
Well, Nick Robertson would have had a big impact, but I don't think his impact would have absolutely just pushed the States over the top. Sorry, Leafs Nation. I think Nick Robertson's great, and I'd rather see him in a Maple Leafs uniform than at the World Juniors this year. I thought that holding him back from the World Juniors made him a lock for this roster. He's on the training camp roster. I'll show the roster list for you guys. If you haven't seen it, this is the 40-man roster that the Maple Leafs took to training camp. I'm not going to read every name because there's 40 names. I'll leave it up here for a minute. So, yeah, I mean, he just wasn't on the starting lines. And the thing that I've taken away from it is that he can still work his way into the starting lineup. And if Kerfoot is injured, if it's more serious than we think, maybe that presents an opportunity for Robertson.
And I think I want to turn it back to Maple Leafs Media Nation here. In the comments, if you're Nick Robertson, are you pissed off that you're not at the World Juniors right now? Because I think if I was in his shoes, that's a tough pill to swallow. He obviously wants to be there representing his country. Seeing them go for gold medals tonight, that's not going to be an easy thing for him to watch, sitting there at home. And I really do feel for him.
You're right about that. I would be pretty pissed off. I mean, I think his focus is on this Maple Leafs team, though. I think he wants to be successful at the NHL level. Obviously, he wants to represent his country. It's probably been a dream of his, a lifelong dream. But obviously, being at the NHL level has been a lifelong dream for him as well. And the Maple Leafs want him healthy. We got some comments here. Let's see what we got. SJTC. I think Thornton will be a blessing because when Marner and Matthews are up front, the opposition will still have one eye on him as he moves forward. Good distraction to have. Definitely. I mean, that's definitely a part of it. Like Thornton's still got that playmaking ability. He's going to be a presence not only for our team, but when the other team sees Joe Thornton coming, they're going to think of all the highlights that he's had throughout his career.
And again, shout out to Alexander. Thanks for joining the show. Didn't miss anything yet, other than some good Maple Leafs media content. This is a long night tonight, boys.
And no need to apologize. Just get some popcorn ready, get situated in your seats, get comfortable. It's going to be a long show. We're still about an hour away from the World Juniors game even starting. So, yeah. But
I agree with Donnie here. Schneider has been playing really well for Team Canada, assuming that's who you mean.
Braden, the defenseman.
The defenseman.
Yeah, Braden Schneider, I wanted him in the draft this year, but looking at our defensive depth, we've got a lot of defensive depth. I've been impressed with Amarov in this tournament, but we're going to continue talking more about the World Juniors as the time gets closer because we still have a lot of Maple Leafs topics to cover. Let's make sure you send in your trade offers throughout the show. This is a segment that we love to cover. Try to change it up this week. Maybe not every trade involving Nylander.
You know what? The new trade. Just because he's not in the opening lineup, trade Robertson. Let's put our trade offers in.
I don't think anyone's going to do that. So to you, well, actually, I want to ask you this question. What do you expect from TJ Brodie?
A smooth skating, offensive puck-moving defenseman. Going to put up a fair amount of power play points. Going to commit some silly turnovers here and there, and the Leafs media will eat him alive for it. But I think overall he's going to be a pretty solid defenseman for the Leafs, and he's a nice addition to the team.
I'm super, super excited to see Nick Robertson on this team, or TJ Brodie on this team this year. And let's hear what Jake Muzzin has to say about what TJ Brodie brings to this team.
Well, he's a veteran guy that's been around, and he's played a lot of tough games, and he's done well. So smooth skater, he's calm with the puck. He plays a position, he plays both sides, plays position well. So he's a huge addition to our club. We're excited to have him.
I'm super excited to see TJ Brodie on this team. And to me, the biggest thing that TJ Brodie brings to this team is just a security blanket and finally a defensive partner for Morgan Rielly to play with.
I don't think he's going to end up with Rielly all season long. I know all of Leafs Nation is so fixated on this, but I really don't see that pair being a full-time, long-term solution. They complement each other, yes, but they're so similar in so many ways.
Well, I mean, I think that Morgan Rielly, he's just needed a defensive partner for years to come. All we can do is see how it works and go from there. We've got
I think we've got our interesting take of the day here from Donnie, that Brodie is better than Rielly.
So he says TJ Brodie better than Morgan Rielly, but he isn't worth $5.1 million. So, I mean, what do you think about this, Rib?
I think, what does he think Morgan Rielly's worth if he doesn't think TJ Brodie's worth 5.1?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the better question there, because I'm still not sure. I'm happy that Calgary didn't re-sign him at that value. Personally, I don't think he's worth it either, but I don't agree that he's a better player than Morgan Rielly.
Comment section. Brodie better than Rielly? I'm the #1 Rielly fan here in Australia, so that's hard to accept. Shout out to you, watching all the way from Australia, mate.
Hockey in Australia, I absolutely love it. Jake, didn't you take a trip back to Australia way back when? Once upon a time?
I took a trip to Australia. I did some shark cage diving. It was a fun time. Great country. Had a great time in the land down under.
And back to what Jason Brooks was talking about, freeing them up to join in the rush. Who would you rather have in the rush, Morgan Rielly or TJ Brodie? Because this is where I think they combat each other too much. They both love to jump up in the rush, and they both have a habit of committing silly turnovers at times that they shouldn't.
I think I'd like to see Morgan Riley joining up on the rush. I like Morgan Riley joining on the rush, and he's got that chemistry with these guys. He's been on this team for a longer period of time. He's got more chemistry with the guys up front. I think Morgan Riley joining the rush is more beneficial. What do you think?
I think that Morgan Riley will have a good offensive season. And I think people are overestimating the impact TJ Brody will have for Morgan Riley. I think they will both have solid seasons, but I feel like Morgan Riley wasn't playing, for lack of a better term, with a hand tied behind his back, like some people seem to think the last few years. And I think he is a really good defenseman, and he does have that offensive prowess. But I don't think TJ Brody is that difference maker that turns him into the winner of the Norris Trophy.
We got a trade. We have a trade. Our first trade offer of the day.
We have a trade.
Ronnie Hirvonen and a second for Jesse Pujärvi.
I'll take this first. I think Jesse Pujärvi would look amazing in a Maple Leaf jersey. I liked him way back in the draft. And obviously that hasn't panned out so well for the Oilers. But if you remember the World Junior that he was at, he was a better player than Patrick Laine was. He has talent, and he really does need that right situation to go to with a big body and a pure goal scorer. He would be a perfect complement for the Leafs' second line. And I think at this point, you're buying extremely low on him. If they could have confidence that he will come over and stick in the NHL, and Kyle Dubas knows that for certainty, you take that trade in a heartbeat and you run with a steal.
I like what I saw from Hirvonen. I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna give up a prospect and a second round pick. No, thank you. Who's hyped to see Canada pump the U.S. today? Joseph Clark in the comments section. There's a question I wanted to get to. If I can't find it, we'll just talk about something else. To you, who do you think the biggest surprise in this lineup is, where they're placed in this lineup? And I'm gonna say who I believe it is. I think it's Barabanov on line 4. I am shocked.
I think that's a surprise.
Yes, I thought that Nick Robertson would be taking the spot, not in the 4th line, but I thought Nick Robertson would be in this lineup instead of Barabanov. And I think the obvious answer would be Joe Thornton on line 1, and that's why that wasn't my answer. I think Barabanov on the 4th line is my biggest surprise. I expected Nick Robertson to have that spot.
I think the biggest surprise for me isn't as much as a player that I'm surprised that he made the team. It's a player that I feel got shafted a bit as a result of being put down to the 3rd line, and that's Zach Hyman. He's done nothing but shown that he's a more than capable NHL player, and if you surround him with good line mates, it's a very good complementary piece. And I really like that 3rd line as a depth piece, but I do feel like Hyman gets the short end of the stick. And that is the biggest surprise there. When you have players like Jimmy Vesey and Joe Thornton both playing over Zach Hyman in the lineup, that's a surprising take to me.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, I guess. But there's some other comments here. Simmons on the 4th line is a surprise to me. Jason. Okay. For me, it's the 2nd line. VC. Hey, I told you. Jimmy VC up on that 2nd line. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be bragging about that for a little while. That was my prediction I had. Barabanov signed to play in the NHL. He isn't going to the Marlies. You're right. Hyman, though, back to your point about Zach Hyman. The 3rd line, that's a cohesive unit, and he's going to get his own line. I really like that 3rd line, and we're probably going to see Zach Hyman move back up to the 2nd line at least at some point in the season. 2nd or 1st line at some point in the year. But right now, I think that it's good for him to have his own line and be on a 3rd line with 2 other players that were on this team last year.
And shout out to Roger in the comments with Hyman being the perfect shutdown guy. That's my point exactly, because I really do question whether Hyman's ability to really shut down frees up a Matthews and a Marner more than having Joe Thornton with them does. And what do you think on that, Jake? Do you think it frees them up more to play with a veteran like Joe Thornton with the playmaking ability, or to play with Hyman, a guy who is capable of shutting down and really focusing defensively to free them up to take more chances?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think overall Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner benefit more from playing with a Joe Thornton type of player with a high hockey IQ and the passing playmaking skills that he brings, or with a shutdown guy like Zach Hyman that allows them to take more chances in the offensive zone and not have to worry about as much about the defensive side?
Well, I think that we've seen Zach Hyman play with these guys, and we've seen what they're capable of doing together, and that's good. But we want to see what Jumbo can do with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews. We brought him here, and I guess that was the intention, to put him with these younger guys, be the big brother like Patrick Marleau was. I love having Joe Thornton with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews. I'm a big fan of it. It might not last all year, and I don't even think Joe Thornton's going to be playing every game this year. I think that with a condensed, shortened schedule, he's going to be in and out of the lineup. Maybe not as frequently as we saw Spezza last year, but he's going to be in and out of the lineup some nights. And Joe Thornton is going to be extremely beneficial for both the younger talents and for Joe Thornton. Joe Thornton's going to be creating a lot of plays in front of the net. He's still got that playmaking ability, and I'm going to tell you guys a stat, because last year Joe Thornton had 31 points, 24 assists, 7 goals on a line with Marcus Sorensen and Kevin LeBlanc. Who? Not Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews. He's playing with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews. His production is only going to go up. And I think he's going to at least match his totals, probably surpass his totals from last year in a much shorter time.
And I think we have another trade offer too here, Jake. Sitting in the comments there. Our boy Camden's back at it again.
I just went off about Jumbo there for a minute. Okay. Where's the trade offer? Who is it? Donnie?
It's Camden.
Camden. Where? Okay. Rasmus Sandin for Mikhail Sergachev.
You're making this too easy for me here, Camden. Because I feel like Jake could disagree with me on this. Because he does like to keep our Maple Leafs prospects in house.
Taking this.
But Mikhail Sergachev, you're not passing that up. Proven NHL defenseman, comes from a cup-winning team in Tampa Bay. If Tampa Bay was silly enough to offer this to save themselves cap space in the short term, you take that and run. You absolutely take that and run.
I'm keeping Rasmus Sandin. He's got high potential. He's got a lot of potential, my friend.
This man, roast him in the comments here. We should not.
Roger says no. I do not want that trade. No, thank you. Donnie says he was also a minus 26. What happened? Nobody liking that stat. Plus minus
is irrelevant.
Everyone hates that stat when I use it, but when Donnie uses it, okay. Back to some things. Let's talk about.
I think we got a really good point here too, with a lot of people that tend to agree with me here that Hyman staying with the Matthews and Mitch line, really good combo. We like what we've seen, and we're not sure dictating from that is a good idea.
Jumbo will open up the ice for Mitch and Austin. I agree with that. Jason Brooks says Matthews and Marner can learn a lot from playing on a line with Jumbo Joe. 100%. 100% they can. Nev says, I want Hyman on that line to get the puck to Austin and Mitch. The thing that I'm going to counter your point with is that Joe Thornton is going to distribute the puck to these guys. He's going to be feeding them tape to tape passes all the time. I'm super excited to see it.
It will be a very interesting line combination, to say the least. And I think there's a lot of disagreement in Leafs Nation on this.
How about another question for you? Because, with a pandemic going on in the world, there's a lot of uncertainty about this upcoming season. Do you think that the Maple Leafs will make any major acquisitions throughout the season?
That's a good question. And I feel like on most given years, teams that are cup contenders, sometimes that one move can make all the difference, like we've seen with adding a Ryan O'Reilly to the St. Louis Blues a few years back. And sometimes you're looking at a rental where it doesn't quite pay off, like Taylor Hall to Arizona. Not that I think they were on the same level of cup contenders, but they took their shot. You watched Columbus pick up Matt Duchene a few years ago, Ryan Dzingel. There has been moves made that have really tried to benefit the team. I don't see anyone that I could see being available in the shortened season for the cap hit that the Leafs would be able to afford. That would be extremely beneficial. And given that it is a shorter season, I think player congruency and really making sure they can play together properly and have line chemistry is of the utmost importance. So to answer that question fully and thoroughly, no, I don't see any major acquisitions. Maybe a small deadline trade here and there for a second round pick or a third round pick to pick up someone to complement the third or fourth line if someone goes down or if there's diseases that spread throughout the team. But I don't see any major blockbuster move.
I don't see any major blockbuster moves either, but some moves I see happening throughout the season is I think that we might be offloading some defensive depth. We've got so much defensive depth, and this might even happen before the season even starts.
Like Rasmus Sandin, but you didn't want to do that.
We're not going to trade Rasmus Sandin. He's the up-and-coming defenseman for the future, along with Timothy Liljegren. I'm excited about those two young prospects. And let's hear what Kyle Dubas has to say when asked about making trades in this different NHL season.
Because of quarantine rules, how hard is it going to be to make deals if you have to this year?
That's a good question, Josh. I think it's something that everybody wonders, but because nobody's ever gone through this, hey, it's hard to really say. It's going to be a short season. The best example I could give you would probably be baseball. They had a short season. A lot more teams were in it later, and there were fewer trades. And I don't think they were restricted as much by quarantine with all the teams playing in the U.S. And I don't think there were a huge amount of rules prohibiting players from joining the clubs right away. Here, if we want to make a move, we are prohibited by quarantine, and the NHL's done a great job of setting up those rules. So the player will need to pass 4 tests, and that's only for a trade within Canada. 4 tests and 7 days before they're permitted into operations with the team. So I think that may impact things. We look back at the former short seasons and whether trades were impacted. But this is just a whole other set of circumstances. So it's going to be very interesting. I think more teams will be in it later as well, obviously, just because the short season plus all of your games are against the teams that are going to be in your division and right there in the mix with you. So you'll always feel like you can make up points. But we're not sure. But if we have the chance in the season, if we feel that there's something that can make a tangible difference to our group, we won't be afraid to do it.
So I think he touched on that very well. I don't really see us making any moves, maybe offloading some depth. I think that we want to see how far we can get into the season, and by the time the trade deadline rolls around, if we're not completely depleted with injuries and, as you said, what's going on in the world, if it doesn't impact us, then I see us offloading some talent, not really bringing in any other talent. I don't know how we're going to be able to do that with the cap situation we're in right now. And I think the reason we brought in these guys, Joe Thornton, Wayne Simmons, these veteran presences, is so that we don't have to make these trades later in the season. I think we're content with the guys we have, and we're going to let this play out.
And I think the quarantine period will play a major part in that too, because as Dubas touched on, it does take those 4 tests and those 7 days before you can even see that player suit up for the team and get involved in team-related activities. So the onboarding process for a new player is going to be extremely lengthy compared to most normal seasons. And I think that will definitely deter teams from making that move. And I see a little discussion keep going on here in the comments. We've got Christine, who I'm happy to see again, saying that she's really excited to see what Thornton can do this season with the Leafs. And we got Donnie, who really doesn't seem to be too big on Jumbo right now. And I'd love him to keep expanding on that some more.
And right after, we have Camden with a comment that I got to clap it up for Camden right there. He played with Sorensen and LeBlanc last year and had 31 points. 31 points with who? Who are these guys?
NHL players.
They're not Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews, are they?
No, not many people are.
Exactly. Playing with Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner's only gonna benefit these guys.
I think Roger said it really good here. Jumbo is an amazing player. And you need to give him those minutes and see what happens.
Jumbo is an amazing player, and not giving him a chance to play big minutes would be a mistake. Having Hyman and Kerfoot and Simmons on a line looks great on paper. Nasty, fast, and goal scoring, as well as having them as a shutdown. The other guy's top line. Yeah, so I mean that I like the third line. I'm very content with the third line with Simmons, Hyman, Kerfoot, and Mikheyev. I really like that third line a lot.
And I'm really curious here. It seems like we've got a lot of disdain here still from Donnie, talking about becoming a Habs fan. That is a big move for any Maple Leafs fan to go to our bitter arch rivals, the Montreal Canadiens.
I am not seeing this. Donnie said he was going to be a Habs fan.
Dubas and Keith are going to make him a Habs fan, apparently.
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch! From Australia. Yeah, I mean that's
a bold statement here.
Yeah, I mean I'll never jump ship. The Maple Leafs, I ride or die with this team. I bleed blue and white. This is my organization. This is my city. I love this team. We got a trade offer.
You are in red and blue today, though, Jake.
I'm representing the country.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm pretty sure that this is Canada's team. No.
Canada's team. I think Canada's team's on your chest.
No, this is Canada's team. We got a comment section here. Alex Kerfoot, Freddie Anderson, Travis Dermott, a second-round pick to Pittsburgh for Crosby. Okay.
No.
Who's
playing goalie? Who is playing goalie? Do we actually think that Jack Campbell and Aaron Dell can? No. I'll
take it.
Really?
I'll take it. I will take that.
Where is Crosby going to play?
On the first line center.
And why is Pittsburgh doing this deal?
They need a goalie.
That badly?
I don't know. I'll take. Hey, the question is, would you take this offer if you're Toronto?
This offer would never get offered to Toronto.
I would take it.
Depending on the goalie situation, you may still have to pass it up. If you're really confident in your backups, I guess you take that.
Frederik Anderson's on a contract year this year.
But in what world would Kerfoot, Anderson, Dermott, and a second be enough to get one of the best hockey players we've ever seen alive?
In Corey's world. I don't know. I'd take that trade, but that's Roger says now that's crazy. I'd take the deal. I'd love that.
I think that might almost be right up there with Donnie wanting to become a Habs fan.
Well, hey, you know what? Shout out to Donnie. Let's look at the comment below here. He was around for the Ballard years. That must have been tough.
If he could survive those, he can survive this.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's looking like a bright future, and I'm sure you've heard that a lot in your lifetime. I'm not gonna keep going with this. There's some more things we want to talk about the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I want to talk about these helmets. I don't know if you've seen the helmets, what they look like exactly. I'm going to show a demonstration with everybody's favorite Toronto Maple Leaf, William Nylander, right here. So, Scotiabank is the advertisement for the Toronto Maple Leafs helmets, and stickers red on white. What do you think?
I mean, I went on record saying that I thought sponsorships on the helmet was a good idea to bring in more revenue. But just seeing the red with the Maple Leafs, there's something that's wrong with it. It's not about the company Scotiabank. It's just the color with the iconic Maple. I'm sure I'll get used to it. But my first gut reaction is you just never quite thought it was going to look like that with the contrast.
I agree. I mean, that is it's definitely weird. It's as with I get that you have to make your money, your revenue. There's not many revenue sources right now for the NHL. You need to advertise some way to make your sponsors happy. And helmets, that's a good way. But I'm gonna use my trusty helmet up here to demonstrate what I would have done differently, okay? So you see how this here, this says Franklin. Franklin.
That shows you how big of a goon he is.
Yeah, it's Franklin. This is signed by Wendell Clark. So this is Franklin right here. And this is where the Maple Leafs logo is. I keep that sticker right there. I might take Franklin off, and I might put Scotiabank. I think that's a simple way of getting past it. And every time you see a photo of you guys wearing the picture, it says Scotiabank on it. I think that's the way.
I'm not sure helmet manufacturers would be too enthusiastic about that, though.
Usually their name's on the back. I don't know. That's a way of.
I'm really curious. Okay, that comment I actually want to bring up, talking about in Australia with the sponsorship, because that is a good.
In Australia, sponsorship all over sports team jerseys, shorts, socks, everything. It's terrible. One little helmet sticker is okay in comparison, but keep it clean.
Yeah, because I think that comes back to in Canada, we haven't seen as much advertising with sports teams. But you look over in countries like Australia and all over Europe, and you see sponsorships all over those jerseys and all over their outfits.
Well,
and I think it'll just take some time to get used to.
There's a question I wanted to ask. I'll ask the question to the Australian watching this. Do you guys watch the World Juniors? Is the World Juniors a thing? Like, do you know what that is? I'm just curious to know if you guys are watching the World Juniors, because we're doing a reaction to the World Juniors real soon, and you're going to see Canadians get very, very
into the game. Like, extremely. Canadians live for the World Juniors.
Crosby aging has to be considered.
Okay, Roger said it perfectly, though. Why would Pittsburgh ever give up Crosby for a goalie they could sign in the offseason? My sentiments exactly.
Hey, exactly, but I'm just saying I'd take the trade. I would take the trade if I was the Maple Leafs.
Speaking of trades, we got another one, and it's with your boy Nylander. Back at it again.
For second. You go ahead and answer this first.
It's tempting. It's quite tempting.
Not to me.
But it's definitely not as unrealistic as some of the other ones I've seen.
Well, Sagan just had surgery, I'm pretty sure.
I think this all depends on how Nylander plays this year. But my gut reaction right now is to not trade him.
Well, from what I remember, Tyler Seguin is going to be out this year, I think. I think he might be out on this season. I'm pretty sure he had a surgery recently. I don't know if someone can confirm that for me, but yeah, I'm not taking that because of that. And also, Nylander's got a lot more room to grow than Tyler Seguin.
My boy, Jason Brooks, every single week, reminds us this key point. Read it here. Leafs Media. All of you, take notes. Take it down so Jason doesn't have to say this every single week, because it is very true. No team in the league values Nylander like Toronto does.
That's right. That's right. And Camden says, good call. Good call. So I think that's about the Tyler Seguin deal. Yeah, I'm not taking Seguin because of that surgery he's having. Response from Australia. It is, but has been overtaken now. But the news of the NHL starts soon. So I'm curious to know how big the NHL is in Australia. I remember when I was in Australia, I was in Melbourne, and I saw some Maple Leafs jerseys. I'm not even kidding. I saw 2 or 3 Maple Leafs jerseys. Leafs Nation is all around the world. I love it.
I am really agreeing with Roger here that Nylander only gets traded for a true number 1 right-handed defenseman, because I do think that is the value the Leafs pull the trigger. You're looking at a Dougie Hamilton, Seth Jones, John Carlson, players like that. I'm not sure the other teams would do that, but that's the type of value you look for if you're giving up a young Nylander. And they do need that right shot defenseman, and that would fix the need.
Oh, look at this comment right here. Old school. Leafs always overrate their players. Look how long Marinson has been on this team.
And I love Christine saying how she would never become a Habs fan, because I feel like a lot of us feel the same way on this channel.
I have nothing bad to say about Dubas and Keefe. Honestly, I like Keefe a lot better than Babcock. I do too. The stunt that Mike Babcock pulled on opening day last year, sitting Jason Spezza against his former team in Ottawa, sitting him out in the Battle of Ontario, that was not cool.
And
That pissed
I'm
me
not
off.
sure how well aware Leafs Nation is, and I don't want to go on a whole tangent here. But I remember when Sheldon Keefe was first hired and reading the article about all the different adversity that he dealt with throughout his playing career and how it really helped shape him as a coach. And if he can go through all that and still come out the other side as an NHL coach, that's a man I want to believe in and trust that he can really lead this team. And he has those stories and those experiences to really draw on. And I feel like for the younger players, it really resonates more than Mike Babcock was able to.
Well, I have a video on this channel about Sheldon Keefe and his success at the AHL level, and I know we need to see it transition to the NHL, of course. Just like anyone coming from the KHL, OHL, AHL, anywhere, you need to see it transition to another level. But Sheldon Keefe has had a great deal of success in his coaching career, and he played on a Tampa Bay Lightning team that ended up winning the cup, but he was traded away before that. He knows what it takes to win. I'm really excited to see what Sheldon Keefe does with this team.
Okay, and we have another trade offer, which I want the first word on as both a Flames fan and a Leafs fan. As the Flames, I take that. As the Leafs, I do not take that. Johnny Hockey would not be the player that Toronto needs. And William Nylander would be the perfect player to bring in for Calgary. And I think if Toronto ever puts that trade out there, Calgary takes that. Because it's well known that they're worried that Johnny Hockey may go back and move to an American market. And William Nylander would be a really good fit on that team. But I don't see Johnny Hockey bringing enough to Toronto, or really overall wanting to play there enough to make that deal happen. I'm interested to hear what your take is as a more Leafs perspective on it.
We've got a guy here named Johnny Toronto. We don't need Johnny Hockey, too. We got William Nylander. I'm sticking with William Nylander here. There's no point in trading William Nylander to Johnny Gaudreau. It's just a change of scenery that's unnecessary, in my opinion. I'm not even sure what Gaudreau's contract looks like either.
So the value's about even. It's not that bad.
Comment here from Australia. NHL isn't huge at all, but it's the type of sport that really would take of the Australian personality. We just lack ice and snow.
That is kind of a big factor, but yeah, I could see some Aussies from down under going crazy for hockey.
Babs is a good coach. He makes mistakes too. I mean, sure, but there's just been like too much controversy around Mike Babcock, like the stories of what he did to Mitch Marner.
And I think when Johan Franzen came out too, that was another big revelation on Mike Babcock.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate that because he definitely is a good coach, and Martin Biron, he was on the show a couple weeks back, maybe over a month probably, and he was saying how Mike Babcock was his coach in the World Juniors back in 1997, I believe, and he was always making everybody do something. It's a good team environment, but when you go to the level of forcing players, putting them in uncomfortable situations, that's bad for the locker room. New York Islanders won nothing with overpaid John Tavares. Interesting.
So, because these keep coming up, I'm really curious if anyone has any insights. Let me know. Would you rather not have John Tavares on this team? And if you had that money back, where do you think the Leafs could better spend it? And with players that would want to come to Toronto and would complement them very well, where do you think they could better spend that money? And I'm not going to give my insights on this right now because I'm really curious to hear what you and everyone in our comment section thinks. because this just keeps coming back up that John Tavares is overpaid.
And I've got another question, and I think that this whole like thing about Tavares, I never really heard this talk up until this year when we had a bunch of rumors about trying to pursue Alex Petrangelo. That's when I really heard the John Tavares, we overpaid him and we screwed ourselves. I disagree with that. Maybe his contract, it's a big contract, but he could have taken the same contract elsewhere. He wanted to play in Toronto. I love having him in Toronto. He's a very talented player. He's a locker room kind of guy, lead by example kind of guy. And no, I mean, I don't want to. There's nowhere else I'd rather spend my money really at this point in time. Maybe in a couple of years down the road, this contract's going to look worse when Tavares starts to slow down a bit. But as of right now, the cup window's still open for us.
I mean, he's already a notorious slow skater for a professional level to the point they were worried in the junior hockey that it would hurt his transition. So I don't think slowing down will be as bad for him, given the speed difference, unless he completely falls off a cliff.
Question here from Australia. I'm just going to say just from Australia every time. I'll put it out there. Is there ever a circumstance to trade Matthews? I'm not convinced he will stay next contract anyway. Brian Burke has hinted the same.
I think what worries me with trading a player like Austin Matthews is with a player of that caliber, I'm not sure you ever get fair value back. Back to the old saying, whoever gets the best player in the trade wins. That's not always the case, but I feel like with someone like Austin Matthews, I find a very hard time seeing a compelling package going back the other way, unless there's a bunch of first-round picks involved. And for that to be possible, the other team receiving Matthews would have to have a lot of cap space.
I mean, I don't see it. The only way I see him being traded is if he forces his way out of town. If it's like a Vince Carter type of deal with the Toronto Raptors, he wants out. Trade
Can you
me now.
imagine what Leafs media would do if he actually came out and pulled a Vince Carter on them?
It wouldn't
They'd
be.
be burning Matthews shirts in the streets, I'm convinced.
I mean, probably, but I think that Austin Matthews is here to stay. I mean, maybe after the contract he goes, but let's not speculate right now. Let's just enjoy what we have. This is something that gets on my nerves so much. I know I'm kind of saying send in your trade offers, but let's not try to trade away Austin Matthews. He's a generational talent. He's got a wicked shot. I love Austin Matthews on this team. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be said. Some more comments here. Jumbo Joe. Jumbo Joe is way better in teal. Well, not anymore. Get used to seeing him in the blue and white and on a line with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews instead of
On a
Kevin
side
Paul.
note, I don't know why I just thought of this now, but it is kind of strange that Toronto has taken so quickly to a Boston boy in Jimmy Vesey. Who would have
Pardon?
thought?
Say that again?
Jimmy Vesey from Boston. And Toronto fans have seemed to already take a liking to him. And it's interesting because you often hear the rivalry between the Bruins and the Leafs, and you just wonder about something like that.
Hey, I'm all for Jimmy Vesey. You can be from Australia, Boston. You can be from Detroit. You can be from Edmonton, Calgary. I don't care where you come from. Bring your best talents to Toronto, and I love to have you on my team. I am very excited to see Jimmy Vesey in a Maple Leafs uniform. Jimmy Vesey is going to catch a lot of people by surprise this year. He only had 9 goals with the Sabres last year. Down season, not the best line mates. Going to Toronto, playing with John Tavares and William Nylander, it's going to be extremely beneficial for him.
Arco, I'll say it one more time. Are you greasy for VC?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of that slogan, man. Jimmy Vesey's gonna be catching you by surprise too. I think you're underestimating the power of Jimmy Vesey. My question is if Toronto doesn't make the playoffs again, who do you fire? Ooh.
I think we know who Donnie's referring at here, given his press comments.
Hmm.
But we would like to see Keith and Dubas both at the door. But I feel like the first casualty, if they don't make the playoffs with this roster, comes down to Dubas. He's been here longer. He's had the time. He made what everyone thought were the right moves. If something still doesn't happen there, I'm not sure that's entirely on Keith. And given that it's a shortened season, and there is conditions outside of his control with everything going on in the world, I don't think the coach is the first one to take the axe there. I think it comes down to Dubas. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I don't think it's Keith. Keith, he joined the team with not that much time remaining in the season last year. He did what he could. Kyle Dubas joined in the middle of the season last year. And I liked what I saw from the team under Sheldon Keefe. I'm hesitant to say Kyle Dubas is fired. I think it might even go higher up the chains to the president, Brandon Shanahan. But this is something that remains to be seen. The popular answer is Kyle Dubas deserves to be fired. Okay, Kyle Dubas. So I know what Leafs Nation thinks, but Kyle Dubas has also done everything he's promised. Kyle Dubas promised to lock up the core four. What did he do? He locked up the core four. Maybe he didn't like the money that he signed them for, but he did what he said he was going to do. And as for, I don't know, what was the question?
It was if the Leafs burn out and don't make the playoffs this season, who goes? Who gets fired?
Yeah, the other promise that Kyle Dubas made was that he promised to make this team a tougher team to play against this year. And he did that. He signed the core fourth when he made that promise. And the other promise he's made is to make this team a tougher team to play against. He did it. Bringing in Wayne Simmons, Joe Thornton, Zach Bogosian. He's brought in a lot of tougher players to play against. Shipped out guys like Kasperi Kapanen, Andreas Janssen. This team's definitely tougher to play against. He's fulfilled his promises. Maybe you don't like the roster he's put out there, but he's done what he said he's going to do.
And we have another trade offer, and an interesting one at that, I must say.
Marner and Dermott for Pierre-Luc Dubois. Take it.
I am trying to actually logically think if Columbus would take that.
Let's just take it from our end. Take it from our end.
I think, given the defensive depth we've talked on that the Leafs have, I feel comfortable moving Dermott, and I feel like Dubois and Marner. I like Dubois better. I know he's not a winger, and people are caught up that he's a center, but he's a player that's capable of playing on the wing or in center. And there's very few times where you can get an elite two-way center at such a young age like that. And I think he's not an Austin Matthews level center, but he's that notch below. And you don't find centers like that every day, and they don't grow on trees, especially at that size. And I think I would feel comfortable taking that, honestly.
I'm not sure what Dubois' contract is like, because that might actually sway me the other way. But without knowing Dubois' contract details, I'm going to say no. If Dubois' contract is like a bargain deal, I'm going to take that, because Marner's, I think he is a bit overpaid. Sorry. I think he's a bit overpaid, but we signed him nonetheless. So every player he brought in wasn't wanted by another team.
Which players are we talking about here, Donnie?
Bogo was cut from Buffalo. I think he's also referring to Jumbo Joe Thornton.
And Wayne Simmons, who turned down Montreal to come here.
Yeah. You know what? Say what you want about these signings and say what you want about Toronto being a retirement home. I've seen that a lot on my posts. Oh, Toronto's a retirement home. You brought in Owen Nolan, Ron Francis, Joe Newendike, all these guys at the end of their career. We've seen even more since then. I mean, I get what you guys are saying. It's frustrating to see all these supreme talents come when they're not what they were. Eric Lindros, another one. There's been a lot of like super talented players come to Toronto at the end of their career, but I I think that we got better this year. I really think we got better this offseason. Did we get better?
Is that even a question?
What do you think? Did we get better?
If I have to answer that, that shows the sad state of the Maple Leaf fan base, that they really think we could have got worse this offseason.
It's scar tissue.
Because it's the old wounds from the Jason Allison and Eric Lindros and Owen Nolan all coming in past the prime. There is a time and place for players like that. We have the young core now. It's the perfect time to bring in some older veteran guys at the end of their career that have won and have been good players in this league for a long time. And I think the Leafs made the right call bringing in some of these guys. And I really question how anyone could think we didn't improve this offseason. Was Kasperi Kapanen that big of a loss compared to what we got in?
Nope. I mean, I liked Cappy. I liked Kasperi Kapanen a lot. I really did. I thought that obviously is extremely fast, speedy. He was one of the grittier players on the Maple Leafs last year. But Wayne Simmons brings a different element of leadership. Wayne Simmons can play Kasperi Kapanen's role, just not as good of a skater probably. Joe Thornton on the first line with with Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner. I like that a lot. I think this team definitely got better. And you also have to consider TJ Brody. I think there's a long list of teams that would like to have TJ Brody on their team.
And I think, again, because this keeps coming up, people are looking at the stats too much with some of these older guys and not realizing that the Leafs haven't had problems scoring. And it hasn't been their offense that has been lacking in the past. But it's really been that buckle down, that mental aspect that they haven't had in the important games. And I think these veteran guys can really show them how that's done, whether they've won a cup or not. Because if you look at how many playoff games someone like Joe Thornton has played, or the long playoff run that Jason Spezza has gone on multiple times. And I think that was really, really demonstrated if you look back to that Columbus series. Who was the one that fought when the team needed it?
Jason Spezza.
And there should be no world in which Jason Spezza, at his age, is the one that has to do that.
Absolutely agree with you. I loved seeing Jason Spezza's fire there, but I was like, really? That's who has to spark it for this team? Now we have Bogosian and a longer list of guys that will be willing to do that.
Yeah, somehow I can see Wayne Train mixing it up in that if something needs to be done.
There's a comment I want to show here. You might like this. Toronto needs Matthew Tkachuk. I gained major respect for him when he fought Cassian and didn't back down. He's the type of player Toronto could use.
And I will tell you right now, Matthew Tkachuk, I don't think is leaving Calgary for a long time. Because love him or hate him, he's one of those players that if you don't have him on your team, you could definitely lean to hating him. But you win with players like that. If every player on a team played with a similar heart and passion that Tkachuk shows up with each game, you're going to have a really damn scary team to play against. And those are the type of players that do make the difference in the playoffs. And on top of that, he's got the hands, he's got the goal scoring prowess, he's played on the 3M line, shown that he's more than defensively capable. And yeah, I really do agree that Toronto could definitely use a player like that.
I agree with that as well. I think that Tkachuk would be a great player to have on this Maple Leafs team. He's got goal scoring talent, he's young, he's speedy, and he's an agitator. He's like a Brad Marchand in a way, gets under your skin. You hate to play against him. You'd love to have him on your team.
The difference is he's a Brad Marchand, but he ain't 5'9".
Yeah, exactly.
He's got the size too.
Yeah. Okay, would you rather have Brady or Matthew Tkachuk?
I don't feel like Brady's played long enough for that to be a fair. At the current moment, Matthew, I think, is the obvious answer. But I'd say give Brady another 2 years in the league and see how that matchup works better.
Yes, I agree with that. I see we got a lot of views right now. Make sure you smash the like button, hit the notification bell, and I've seen some new names in this in the comment section throughout the show. It's great to see you guys engaging. Keep dropping your questions. Keep dropping your comments. We're a couple minutes away from puck drop. Team Canada versus Team USA gold medal game. I want you to guys keep sending in your trade offers. Smash the like button, hit the notification bell. You'll be notified every time we're live. And Fantasy Frenzy Friday. So, Fantasy Frenzy. So the Fantasy Frenzy, it's going to be a live draft on Leafs Talk Live Friday. And it's probably going to be another long show. It's going to be Friday night, and we'll get you guys, the viewers, you can come on the show on this screen with us and just draft your team. We'll have the screen up, the draft. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be really fun. If you want to be entered into this, it is a $20 entry fee. The winner will be paid out automatically by Yahoo at the end of the season. So just get at us at Maple Leafs Media on Instagram or Facebook and let us know if you're interested in joining this league. We've got a couple spots, well, a bunch of spots left. It's going to be a 12-team league. And question here, a trade. Should the Leafs have signed Travis Hamonic and traded Justin Hall and Dermott so they could get a top 4 D-man? You want to take it?
Could they afford him?
I don't think they could. But if they traded Dermott and Hall, I don't think that frees up that much cap space either. Dermott's on a contract worth $870,000. And Justin Hall, I'm not exactly sure what his contract is, but it's not enough to get Travis Hamonic.
And I think we should just cover here to Christine's comments here that the game's coming on. We are doing a live reaction of the game. We'll have it off in the background as well. So if anyone would like to stay and watch the game with us, it's going to be a wild game, guys.
It's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a fun game. We're going to get theatric. I'm going to be reacting to this. It's going to be fun. Bogosian was a big help for the Tampa Bay Lightning. He was. He had 4 points in 20 games, all assists. And he's had an unfortunate series of events in his career. He was just playing for bad teams, Atlanta Thrashers, Winnipeg Jets when they were moved to Winnipeg. Rib will be back in a minute, by the way. He's just sorting out stuff with his stream. But Bogosian was absolutely a big help for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Stanley Cup winning team. So make sure you send in your comments, your questions. Will the Leafs give Aaron Dell a shot in net? That's a good question, Zach. I think they might. I think that is all going to be decided in training camp this year. We're going to hear that sooner than later, hopefully. I think probably we might get to see him at some point, but I think Jack Campbell is the guy for this team's backup spot. And he's probably going to get a chance because it's a different world we live in. There's a pandemic going on. There's going to be positive tests around the league. Hopefully it doesn't hit our goalies, but there's definitely a better possibility of this happening this season. Christine says, sorry, guys, I'm heading off to watch the game. See you next time. Hey, we're sticking through this game. We'll see you next week, hopefully on Leafs Talk Live. Thanks for coming back on here, Christine. So Justin Hall signed a year contract worth $2 million per season. Yeah, that doesn't change it for me. There isn't a way we could have signed Travis Hamonic and TJ Brody. I think Winnipeg needs D. Leafs need a third center. And could Dermott for Jack Roslovich be doable? I don't think I'd want that deal personally. I don't think I'd want that if I'm the Maple Leafs. Travis Dermott's too young. He's got a lot of potential still. I'm not going to do that if I'm the Toronto Maple Leafs. Trade for Phil Kessel? I don't see a point in that. To be honest. We got some other comments here. Joseph Clark. Marchand is a rat. We don't want him. Yeah, I don't want him on my team, but I think a lot of players in the NHL would love to have him on their team. Calgary would never accept Marner for Tkachuk, and I think you're right. They wouldn't. Marner's contract is worth more than Matthew Tkachuk's, and Matthew Tkachuk just gets in the dirty areas a lot more than Marner. Tkachuk, it's a completely different player. It's like comparing apples and oranges. It's not really a comparison. But as I said, Fantasy Friday, this Friday, January 8th, if you are available, if you want to get in on a live stream with us, make sure you just get at us at Maple Leafs Media. We'll get as many people as we can in this league. It'll be a $20 buy-in. And Jason Brooks is going to be there. He's going to join us live. We've got a bunch more spots. We can get up to 10 people on this live stream. So let us know if you're interested. I'm going to continue talking Leafs, and then I'm going to talk a bit about this Canada US game that we have coming up. Actually, you know what? Let's just talk World Juniors. Let's shift it. And if you have any questions about the Leafs throughout the game, send them in. I'm always down to talk Maple Leafs with you guys. I love doing it. It's Leafs Talk Live. I love doing this, guys. I love doing this with the Maple Leafs Nation. So my question: what player has impressed you most in the World Juniors? Drop your thoughts in the comment section below. I'd love to know who's really impressed you throughout this tournament. I've got a list of 3 players, and you might be surprised to hear the third one. The first 2 you won't be so surprised by. Dylan Cousins, this kid, he's going to be special. The Buffalo Sabres are building something special. I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the Sabres this year. Topi Niemela, Maple Leafs 64th overall pick in this year's draft. He's been exceptional for Team Finland this year. He helped Finland do as good as they did. And Jan Kuznetsov, you guys might be wondering who that is if you don't really take a deep dive into these rosters. Jan Kuznetsov was a 2nd-round pick to the Calgary Flames this year. Stands in at 6'4". I wanted Jan Kuznetsov for the Maple Leafs organization. We didn't scoop him up, but Calgary got him, and I think they got a special player in Jan Kuznetsov. Jan Kuznetsov's a big body on the blue line, and he's done well for Team Russia this year. Some comment sections. Yep. Levi. Levy. Dylan Cousins. Exactly. Dylan Cousins has been exceptional. Rib is back.
Yep.
Rib
I'm
is
all set
back.
up and ready for the game. And we got the beers here for the boys.
And Donnie says Finland suck. I think that's... I don't necessarily think so. I think Finland was actually... Well, I mean, they won the bronze, but I think they're a better team than the U.S., even though they lost that game yesterday. I think that, personally.
And I think, honestly, I'd love to see Canada have a closer game today. I ultimately want them to win, but they haven't really had that many challenging games so far this tournament. It'd be nice to see a close one.
So, I don't know if you were hearing what I was saying, but do you know Jan Kuznetsov?
Calgary prospect.
Calgary prospect. I'm very impressed with him. I wanted
What
him.
about Zary on Canada, too?
I wanted Kuznetsov coming out of this year's draft for Toronto. That's who I wanted. Not in the first round, but the 2nd round. We didn't have a 2nd-round pick originally. That's who I wanted.
And we got Zary, who I think has impressed so far for Team Canada. And there's a lot of good prospects from the Canadian teams at this year's World Juniors.
There's been a lot of players that have impressed this year.
I think none more, though, than Tim Schulze on Germany. Seeing him play with teammates that particularly weren't as talented as him, but just seeing some of the highlight reel goals he scored, he's going to be a special player for years to come for Ottawa.
How about this comment from Roger Matthews? Amarov, baby, our 15th overall pick. Our 15th overall pick. I'm excited about that. I'm excited to see what he brings to this team, and I think he's going to be on this team sooner than a lot of people think. Obviously not this year, but maybe even by next year or the year after, he's going to be at the NHL level.
I do worry a bit that Amarov maybe is slightly overhyped by Leaf Nation.
Well, that's Like, do you think Leafs Nation overhypes a lot of people? I mean, I honestly, I do. We overhype a lot of players, but
I mean, to be fair, they thought Carlo Koliakovo and Yuri Tulusky were going to be the second comings of.
I think if Carlo Koliakovo didn't have the injury history he had, he would have still been a good defenseman at the NHL level. Like, he was a good defenseman when he wasn't injured all the time.
I guess time will tell how Amarov develops.
So Jason Brooks says he's going to be here and he's going to draft his team live as well. We're super excited to get Jason on the show. He's been in the comment section every week. Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Jason. I cannot stress how appreciative we are of your viewership constantly. Every week you're in the comment section. And this Friday is going to be a lot about you guys, the fans, the viewers, getting you all on here. The game is starting. I'm super hyped. Let's go, Canada. Aaron Plant says trade for Malkin. Send your offer in and let us know what you'd trade for Malkin, and we'll let you know if we'd accept it. Make sure you smash the like button, hit the notification bell. The game is on. I'm hyped up for this. It's gonna be a long night.
It is going to be a long night, and I am psyched to see this Canadian team play.
What if this goes to a shootout?
Well, then we're going to be up real long, Marco.
Oh yeah.
This could be a classic. I hope it does become a classic, and I hope Canada wins.
Donnie says you all thought Toronto was going to make the playoffs last season.
I'm starting to question whether Donnie is a Toronto fan at times.
I am too. I mean, he said he was here for the Ballard years, but I think I'm starting to see some resentment for the Toronto Maple Leafs and like the Austin Matthews, Joe Thornton. Donnie, who on the Maple Leafs do you like? That's my question to you, Donnie. So Roger has a trade here. I still think Nylander and Rosen for Dougie Hamilton and a third. Okay, if we're talking Dougie Hamilton, that's when it starts to get more serious in the trade offers. Dougie Hamilton and a third. Reb, are you there?
Yeah, just fixing a technical issue on this end with the game. You already know how I feel about Dougie Hamilton. It was sad to see him leave Calgary. He obviously played a big part for that team. I thought the return we got was more than fair. And I like Dougie Hamilton for Nylander straight up, so I would take that with the inclusion of Rosen and a third, and both in straight up deal.
I think I'd take that. I'd take that. I mean, Dougie Hamilton's an exceptional talent, right-handed shot defenseman. Let's go Canada, Jason. Let's go Canada. Let's go Canada. Shout out to everyone that's still watching with us. Super appreciative of it. And Donnie says, I like Hyman and JT. I like Matthews, just not at McDavid money. And that draws a question. Is Austin Matthews worth Connor McDavid's money?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think many people are worth Connor McDavid's money.
I mean, you know what? I think he is worth that money to keep him in Toronto. I think he actually is worth the money. Sure, he is a generational talent, and sure he's not Connor McDavid, but he's got a shot that not even Connor McDavid has. He's got probably the best shot in the NHL.
I mean, I think Ovi's got a bit to say about that, but
I think Austin Matthews is going to end up with a better career than Alex Ovechkin. And I know his first 3 years, Alex Ovechkin, they're better than what Austin Matthews had in his first 3 seasons. But I think Austin Matthews is going to have a better career ultimately. Donnie says, nope. Hey, I like Austin Matthews. Austin Matthews is worth every penny to me.
I can't help but think, looking at the American team now, how much Robertson would be of help to them right now.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely would be a massive help. Like, I think he'd be one of the best players on the ice, 100%. He got experience at the NHL level last year too. That team would benefit a lot from having Robertson there. And honestly, I think Robertson would benefit a lot from being there too.
I Well, I think I'll question that for the rest of the season if Robertson doesn't get consistent time with the big club.
Yeah, I really hope that he does get time with the big club this year. I don't know how consistent it's going to be. I'm going to play what Kyle Dubas said about Nick Robertson because he addressed a question about Nick Robertson last. And Donnie says Robertson didn't help them last year.
I would really like to see Donnie say something positive in the comments for the next 5 minutes.
Let's see what Kyle Dubas said about Nick Robertson.
Hi, Kyle. This is more of a bookkeeping question. I'm just curious about the status of Nick Robertson. Without an OHL team to go to, where can he go if he doesn't quite make the team? Can he play for the Marlies if the Marlies even play? Like, what's his status?
We don't know the official ruling on it, but my understanding, Kevin, I don't want to speak out of school, is that we are allowed to assign him to the taxi squad to the Marlies until the OHL sets its official start date, and so that's the way that we'll operate it in the short term with Nick.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm like the guy who was asking the question. I don't even know what's going on with Nick Robertson. It's kind of confusing. But so earlier in the show, a couple minutes back, Aaron Plant asked the question, trade for Malkin. And these are who he's offering for Evgeny Malkin. Alexander Kerfoot and Travis Dermott. You doing that, Reb?
Did the Pittsburgh GM get drunk in the offseason and just say that he was putting his best players up for fire sale? Did I miss that memo?
Well, didn't they sign Cody Ceci? I think he's been drunk all year.
I don't even know. If Pittsburgh makes either one of those trades, the Crosby one or Malkin one, they really need to reevaluate the front office.
Yeah, Jason says Pens do not do that deal. There's not a chance they do that deal. But on Toronto's end, I think I'd be fired as GM real quick if it got out that I didn't take that deal. And Jason says, yeah, Pens did sign Ceci. That's a negative 53 plus minus in his career. You like that? You like that stat plus minus category?
I'm sure Donnie loves it.
Donnie loves it. I know Donnie loves that. Donnie loves that stat. Canada has yet to get a shot on goal, though.
This is the first team I've actually seen play Canada well for the first few minutes and not been dominated by them.
Let's go, Canada. Are all our viewers from Canada? Because we had the one from Australia. Drop just what country you're from in the comment section below, who you're cheering on.
And if you are cheering on the U.S., we will politely watch with you, but we are cheering on Canada here.
And Donnie has a great point. The Pens are getting desperate. I think the Penguins are getting desperate. That move for Kasperi Kapanen was a desperation move. I heard rumors that he's going to be playing with Sidney Crosby this year. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but if he plays with Sidney Crosby, I mean, that's obviously great for Kapanen, but I think that's a stretch of Kasperi Kapanen's talents at this point in his career.
And Barco, have we heard any word from our other co-host? Is he coming on to watch the game with us, or is he?
He did drop in the comments section at one point that he will be on. I think he's going to get on here soon, hopefully. I know all the viewers, we all love Joe on the show. Hopefully we can get him on.
They all love him. They love his opinions.
Yes, he's going to be theatric for this show, for the Canada game. I'm excited to see him react. I'm going to be theatric. I'm sure you are too, Reb.
My stream may be a second delayed behind all of you, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, I have this lamp that lights up every time Canada scores. So, yeah, I'm not going to be spoiler for you, but every time.
What time are you at right now? Like, what time's your broadcast at?
14 minutes, 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I'm half a minute behind you.
That's well, you're gonna know what's going on. Mike in Buffalo should join this show sometime. Rusty Nails, we've seen you a lot in the comments section, and Canada versus US here. You should join the show sometime. You have an opportunity to. this Friday, actually. This Friday, we're doing a fantasy draft. It's going to be live here. If you want to join our fantasy league, it's $20 entry fee, and it is in American money. So for all our Canadians entering, it's going to end up being, I think, around $26 the conversion.
$26 with the conversion.
So $26 with the conversion. And if you guys want a good laugh, you could always get EK on. Do you know who that is? Eric Carlson? That's what I got.
I think he's referring to someone else. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, no, let us know who that is, though, because we're always trying to get more people on the show. And Rusty, like I said, hit us up at Maple Leafs Media, Instagram or Facebook. And this Friday, I'd love to see you on this live stream with us. We're going to get Jason Brooks on the comment section from Canada, mostly from Canada. Let's go, Canada. Sorry, Rusty, but we're against you for tonight. Rusty, are you Leafs Nation though, or Sabres? Leafs Nation?
Are you a Leafs Nation out of the U.S.? There's good respect for that.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have like a favorite Canada versus U.S. memory? And it can be from any level.
You know who I'm gonna say.
Let's hear it.
John Tavares.
Okay. And I'm saying any level. It can be the Olympic level too.
I mean, I have my own biases from my sledge hockey days too, as well. But
tell us about
it. So, I'm not sure if any of the viewers would know. Obviously, I haven't shared this, but I've played sledge hockey at varying levels throughout. And I played provincially for the Ontario team. I never ended up making the national team. Wasn't quite skilled enough for that. But let me tell you, there's definitely some hatred between Ontario and Quebec and the Canadian team and the American team. Anytime you put those countries' jerseys on, I was lucky enough to play with a lot of players that ended up playing on Team Canada. And Canada-US games are always special at every level for anyone. And I think the players playing in this right now, it's the game of their life for a lot of them.
Absolutely, it is. It is.
So what's your favorite American and Canadian memory here, Jake?
I got to go with my favorite player of all time, and I haven't really told anyone on this channel who my favorite player of all time is. My favorite player of all time is Sidney Crosby. I met Sidney Crosby when I was just a little kid. I was 7 years old. Awesome experience. He signed my jersey, signed a photo for me. Awesome guy. And it's got to be the Canada-US 2010 Vancouver Olympics. Ooh. Let's go Canada in the offensive zone. So Joseph Clark is coming on. We're getting on another theatric guy onto this show. Super excited to get him on. Joseph Clark's going to join the show, guys.
You know how it goes with Clarky Snipes, big Canadian fan.
Jason Brooks says the golden goal. Rusty is Canadian, just from Buffalo. Hey, man, hopefully you're cheering on the Buffalo Bills. On a side note, I'm a big Bills Mafia guy. Let's see. Comment from Solomon. If Sandin is ready, would you let Riley walk in free agency? And do you think the Leafs will be able to keep Hyman this year? So I don't want to see Morgan Riley go in free agency personally. I think that having Rasmus Sandin and Morgan Riley would be great. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a tough challenge to see what we do with the cap situation and free agency this upcoming year. We've got pending free agents in Frederik Andersen, Morgan Riley, and I'm pretty sure there's some other guys as well. So it's gonna be tough. But I don't want to see Morgan Riley walk. He's been the pillar of this defensive core. Not that it's been anything terrific or solid, but he's been that one consistently solid piece for this team.
I think Leafs Nation really likes to question whether our best player should walk. Matthews, Riley, Nylander. Just enjoy them and keep them.
I think a lot of the...
I don't think there's any way Riley walks because, again, that's setting a bad precedent for Maple Leafs Nation. That you're going to develop your best homegrown drafted players and then let them walk the second they want any money.
Yeah, I think that I obviously want to keep Riley, and I think he wants to stay here. But I think if he were to go somewhere else, I think he'd want to go to where he's from, out in I believe he's from BC or Alberta. Maybe Vancouver would be a good fit for him. But I don't want to see him walk at all. And as for Zach Hyman, that's tough because we have Frederick Anderson, Zach Hyman, and Morgan Riley. These are all names we have to consider. Who do we need to sign the most? That's tough.
And I think Rusty got back to you on who Mike and Buffalo is as well.
Not Mike and Buffalo. He's a Leafs reporter. He would call into Andy Frost's show all the time back then. It would be good if you got him on the show for some Leafs chat. So, Andy Frost? I'm confused. So, yeah, Mike and Buffalo. Michael A. What do you say? I'm very confused. John Howard's back in the Leafs Talk Live, though. Welcome back, John. Welcome back. Saw you comment before the show even started. Thank you. You're always engaging on this YouTube channel. Shout out to you. Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Rusty, Donnie. So many of you guys are consistently on here, and we consistently do the best to bring you our best content.
And we are consistently consistent.
Consistently consistent. Got to call a spade a spade. It is what it is. We are consistently consistent, bringing you the best content we can. Make sure
and you heard it here first, Maple Leafs Media. Consistently consistent. And if you know what that comes from, comment it down in the chat.
So something that's why they signed Brody is to let Riley go or trade at the deadline. Okay, TJ Brody. Can TJ Brody fill the shoes of Morgan Riley?
TJ Brody wasn't even the best defenseman on Calgary.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
No, he can't.
Thank you. You can have Riley and Brody. I think we need to keep both of them. We need to keep both of them. You have a great show, Jake. Mike and Buffalo Hockey Podcast. Okay, I'll check this Mike and Buffalo Hockey Podcast out. Maybe reach out to him, get him on the show, because this seems like something you guys want to see. And you guys...
Back to... Who is E-Key from earlier as well?
EK?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but anyways, like I was saying, drop what you want to see for future shows in the comments section as well.
And also, on the side note, for YouTube videos, if you've got a good series idea or you've got some content that you would love to see on Maple Leafs Media, drop in the comments and we may just get to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I love creating content and just I pour my heart into this. I love the Toronto Maple Leafs. I love just giving you guys the best content we can consistently. Right now, Team Canada has 7 shots to 5. I'll do a bit of commentary for any of you guys that are unfortunate enough not to see this right now. But Team Canada...
If anyone wonders why I'm reacting like 30 seconds behind when something major happens, you'll get to see 2 reactions, a delayed one and a...
Okay, so Roger Matthews says, Eklund from Hockey Buzz. Well, look into it. I'll look into it for sure. I'm watching the Canada versus US. Yes, we are too. We are doing a live reaction. Oh, nice save. That's the first time you actually heard me react to anything. I'm watching. Come on. Get the puck out. So, Donnie says, pour some into this. Beer. Pour some beer into this.
I feel you, Donnie. Right here.
So the thing is, I'm allergic to alcohol. I'm actually allergic to alcohol, guys. Great show, guys. Really good, in fact. It's lunchtime now in Australia and time to eat. Hey, enjoy your lunch, mate. Enjoy your lunch, mate. Thank you for watching all the way from Australia. It means so much to us. Hope to see you on the show again. We're here Friday night for the Fantasy Hockey League. If you want to join us, feel free to join us. And Also, every Tuesday. I think it might be a different day for you, but you know what time it is right now, wherever you're at. Thank you for watching from Australia.
And I think on a side note, a lot of us would also like to hear an Australian hockey fan's perspective, just on the different side of the world. So if that was if that was ever something you'd like to go into, just reach out to Maple Leafs Media, and myself or Jake will get back to you. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to have you on the show at some point.
He's got this kid on the stream thing that they got after the goals. He's got the same red light as me.
Well,
doesn't have the same meaning. So we've got a good friend of ours here joining the show. I think
Snipes, bring him in.
I think he's ready to join the show, so we're gonna add him to the stream. And welcome back. And SJTC from Australia says 100%. Good day, mate. Good day. Have a good one. Thank you for tuning in all the way from Australia. Welcome back to the show. Clarky, how's it going?
What's up, boys? Sorry, I just finished work, so I'm a bit zonked here, but I'm going to watch Canada, so I'm hyped. Might see Canada play.
Did you see what just happened?
No, I got to get the game up here.
Oh,
wait for the Ribble reaction. Like, I'm 30 seconds behind you. I'm just waiting for it. I saw in the comments. Oh my, damn it! You gotta be kidding me.
That's a late delayed reaction. I was right on time, but
no way. I can't see. Brooks always has the quickest updates. You can't look at his updates.
Hey, Clarky, Brooks is happy to see you.
Jason Brooks is happy to see you. And we're gonna get Jason Brooks on here Friday.
So what's going on Friday?
Live fantasy draft, 8 p.m.
I don't know if you're able to join us or not. Friday, we're doing our fantasy draft at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I should be good then.
All right, we're going to do a live fantasy draft stream. We're going to stream the whole thing. It's going to be another long, grinding show. We're already 2 hours into this show, and I'd
2 hours.
I'd estimate we have another 2.5 hours to go.
I can see this game going to overtime.
Don't say that. It's gonna go to the shootout.
Cheers, boys.
And
girls.
Donnie says, "How do you guys know each other?" Well, honestly, Clarky and I actually met first through hockey, and as for the rest of us collectively, we went to school together, and yeah, we're just those guys. We're good friends, and we love to come on here and talk about hockey. Roger, thank you for joining us for the past 2 hours. Have a great night. Enjoy watching the World Juniors if that's what you're doing. Just have the best night. Thank you for joining us. Question here about the Maple Leafs. We'll continue watching the game, but I'll have this queued up. Selman, I see your question. I'll get to it in a second.
I don't think Levi could have done much there. Sorry to interrupt. That was a good tip. Like,
yeah, no, it's not on him.
My goal.
And Joe, because we were talking about this a lot during the show, and as I'm watching this game, I can't help but think how much Nick Robertson would bring to the American team, and why he really should be on that roster right now, seeing as the Leafs didn't put him in the opening lineup.
Was he not selected for like a certain reason or like eligibility or something?
I'm gonna play it again. So I'll update you here. I'm gonna play what Kyle Dubas had to say about why Nick Robertson was held back from this tournament, but he's also not in the Maple Leafs starting lines right now. So I'll play it out just for you to be up to date here.
Ooh, this U.S. power play is looking dangerous right now.
Hi, Kyle. This is more of a bookkeeping question. I'm just curious about the status of Nick Robertson. Without an OHL team to go to, where can he go? If he doesn't quite make the team, can he play for the Marlies if the Marlies even play? Like, what's his status?
We don't know the official ruling on it, but my understanding, Kevin, I don't want to speak out of school, is that we are allowed to assign him to the taxi squad to the Marlies until the OHL sets its official start date. And so that's the way that we'll operate it in the short term with Nick.
Yeah. I don't even know what. I don't think Kyle Dubas even knows.
Yeah, I think they're like he basically said there's a lot up in the air still with Robertson. What's going on? So the OHL, I know, like, remember some of the commentators saying that a lot of these players, even in the juniors, that especially the Canadians that play in the OHL, they haven't played since March. So what's going on with the OHL right now? Just are they not playing till next season at this point? Or are they going to have a half of the season? Or
I think they're having a season. I'm not 100% sure on it, but even if they're not having a season, let's just say they had a season with full contact, full everything, just say it was a regular season, I don't think that it's beneficial to have Nick Robertson playing in that level anyways. He's better than anyone in the OHL probably. Like, the stats he put up in the OHL last year were ridiculous. He should be at the NHL level right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact is, too, like, putting that up at the size he is as well is just even more impressive. I mean, obviously, like, the size isn't going to be as big of an issue in the OHL, but I feel like he does need to play against those bigger players and those elite physical bodies every single night in the NHL to really take that next step, which the OHL doesn't provide.
I mean, again, though, you got
February 6th, the OHL starts.
Okay. I mean, you still got to consider the trade-off because, like, you run the risk of having him on the taxi squad or, like, being on the bubble of actually playing on the Leafs, cracking the roster, maybe not playing as much if he were to actually play in the OHL. I know what you mean, though, in terms of maybe even if he played in the OHL, it's not going to be enough competition because his stats are just ridiculous the past couple of years.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think that it's a tough situation, and a lot of players are going to be put in tough situations. It's tough for any player that's kind of on the cusp of making an NHL roster but isn't quite there yet. It's very tough for those players specifically. Question from Selman is, since the Canadian division is going to be so tough, if the Leafs don't make the playoffs, which member, player, general manager, or coach of the Maple Leafs do you think would have to go? So if the Maple Leafs don't make the playoffs, which anybody in this organization, who do you think has to go? It can be a player, coach, manager. Who do you think it's got to be?
I mean, sorry, go ahead, Ribs.
I think we touched on this earlier, at least Marco and I did, that Dubas and Shanahan are probably the most likely of the two to be looked at to be fired. At that point, I don't feel like it's fair to give Keith the hot seat on a shortened season with illnesses and other injuries that run rampant potentially when he hasn't really had that much time with the team yet. And I feel like that comes back to Dubas as the GM because he made the moves that were considered smart, and I think they're personally smart moves. But if they don't work out, obviously they weren't as smart as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, my answer was Kyle Dubas has like done everything he's promised, and you guys might not like what he's done, but he's said what he's done. He's done what he said he was going to do. John Howard seems to think Kyle Dubas first, but I think that it might go to someone who's been here longer. I think it might go higher up the chain to Brina and Shanahan.
Yeah, no, I could see Shanahan, but, you know, I was definitely thinking even a couple months ago that someone, like, there'd be major changes if this was another failure, but I'm not too sure, just given, like, the current environment, what the season's going to be, you know, the unique schedule. Maybe this is just a year where people say, like, you know, the people calling the shots in Toronto say, you know what, like, given what's happening this year, we're going to give Dubas, Shanahan one more year. And I'm going to say that next year is going to be a bigger year where there's going to be major changes. And I think, yeah, I don't think Sheldon Keefe's on the hot seat whatsoever yet. He hasn't even had a full season. So I think that this season, in my opinion, is going to be a write-off a bit for anyone getting fired, unless it's a disaster season. But I'm saying 2022 is going to be, if there's some issues, that's the year where there's going to be some major changes. Might be.
I'm curious as a follow-up question because this came up too, so I want to hear your take on this, Joe. How do you think Mike Babcock and his coaching style compares to Sheldon Keefe, and which did you prefer?
I mean, honestly, like Keefe, I don't know. I can't say. I can't make a judgment on him yet.
Oh,
I think you got to give him a bit more time. I mean, with Babcock, like at the start, I was obviously like a lot of Leafs fans. I don't know, not everyone, but I was really stoked to see Babcock coming in. We saw what he kind of did in Detroit, whether that was him or Kenny Holland, right? I think that's his name. But, you know, he built a dynasty in Detroit, so we were all hyped up. And I think, you know, he went stale pretty quickly. And after hearing some of those stories, he wasn't really a nice guy. And obviously, I don't really want to get into all that drama. But I don't know. I don't know. Babcock does, as much as he ended off being bad, like, he is still a really good coach. He might not ever get a job again, but at least his past track history shows he's won a Stanley Cup. Like, he's a good coach at the end of the day, or he's proven he has been in the past.
I'm just not sure he fits as well with the younger players, and I think that's what he's running into
Yeah,
now.
maybe the game's changed and he hasn't. That's the other thing. That happens a lot.
Oh, okay. We've got some comments here. What's up, guys? Henny. Shout out to Henny M in the comment section again.
Happy to see you in the comments again, bud. We missed you earlier.
Yes, we did. We were talking Leafs a lot. We're talking what's up. We got the live reaction to the Canada-US game. I think I might be ahead of both of you guys. Are you guys both streaming this game?
Yeah, what are you at? What time?
Yeah, he's ahead of both of us.
Well, right now there's another penalty that was just taken, and
I'm at 220. What are you at?
I can't see right now because it's replays. But
I'm at 130.
As Henny says, this channel is booming. Thank you, Henny. We couldn't do it without our loyal viewers, our loyal supporters like you. If you haven't already, make sure you smash the like button, hit the notification bell. You'll be notified every time we're live. I'm at 1 minute and 13 seconds left in the first.
Okay, yeah, I'm 30 seconds.
Oh.
Come on. Come on.
You're saying oh to like way after me. This is hilarious. So
no, you guys want to know a story about the guy that just missed it? Byfield?
Quentin Byfield?
Yeah.
What was your
it's not really a story, but basically I just know this girl who's best friends with his sister.
Okay.
So she's best friends with Quentin Byfield's sister. That's all. Like,
I met Byfield.
That's all I know. And she basically said that like this guy just like true about like working hard. Like all he does is play hockey. That's the story. So
Donnie, I want to address this comment. This team is going backwards under Keefe. I don't remember the exact stat.
Byfield missed that though. Oh my god.
I don't remember this exact stat, Donnie, but it was either the first 15 or 30 games. The first 15 or 30 games, he's won the most games in that time period than any Maple Leafs coach to start their time as Maple Leafs head coach. Don't know what's going on with Clarkey.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, he's back on. He's back. He's good.
no, he's turning something off. Why'd you kick me out? Jeez, you're intense. You're like so quick.
Well, there's I don't like seeing that guest thing. It's weird.
Fair enough.
Marco stays dedicated.
Looks ugly on this screen.
Joe, what are you sipping on there?
Diet Coke.
That's what I drink. But I'm done. Got my Powerade, my purple Powerade. So Donnie says, what happened after those games? After those games came a pandemic and a lot of inconsistency that we saw with this Toronto Maple Leafs team all year long. I don't think you can place the blame on Sheldon Keefe. I really don't. His time, he didn't have the training camp. He still hasn't had like a full training camp. This is his first training camp with this team. He was with the Marlies. He's seen some of these guys at the younger level, but not at the NHL level. It's just a different team. And I believe...
Sorry to interrupt. Sup, Howard?
Clarky. John Howard. Always in the comments.
My God, they love you here, Clarky. You're like a saint to them, or goddess.
You see the same names. Shout out Donnie, too, you know. Donnie's...
Although, Donnie had a really hot take today that you missed. Donnie said that Dubas and Keith were making him question whether he should become a Habs fan.
Who?
Dubas and Keith were making him question whether he should become a Habs fan.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I get what Donnie's saying, but you got to give him a bit more time. I feel like you got to give a bit more time. Like these, if we're ever going to talk about extraordinary circumstances, we're living in them right now. Like this is unprecedented. So we got to see what happens, and hopefully, the season can go on. And
I like what John says. Shelf is okay.
And Varco, we use StreamYard, right?
Yes, we use StreamYard. It's a monthly membership I pay to keep this thing running. That's how much I love doing this for you guys. I pay a monthly membership just to stream this for you guys. I love coming on here all the time. I love doing this. There's nowhere I'd rather be right now watching this game with all you. And it means a lot that we still have some viewers watching this game with us. We had someone from Australia in the comments section, PEI. It means a lot just to see all these people from all over the world. Leafs
Yeah,
Nation.
we're very grateful for all of Leafs Nation, and let's bring home the gold today, guys. Joe, you're muted.
I was saying, nice check by Krebs on. I don't know who that was on the U.S., but that was a great check.
Couple minutes behind. Salmon with a comment. It's a long one. I'm going to read it out here. I have a feeling some Leafs fans have been quite ignorant of the other teams in the NHL. My reason being the years that the Leafs didn't make the playoffs when they're a horrible team for like 10 years. So I think we're being ignorant to like how other teams construct their teams. I think that's what he's trying to say. That's my understanding from it.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's basically saying, yeah.
Well, if I were to, okay, so let's go over some teams and similarities. The team that's built closest to the Pittsburgh Penguins, like when they had their dynasty with Crosby and Malkin, I think that's Edmonton because they've got McDavid and Draisaitl, those two top centers. But I think the team that's constructed closest to Tampa Bay last year is actually the Toronto Maple Leafs. I think that we're the most similar team to Tampa Bay.
Are they good enough, like Tampa, to win the Cup, though? That I'm still not sure.
I believe in this team. I have belief. I think you should just keep calm and belief. Show some belief in this team, bud.
Wait, I think he's trying to basically correct it.
Leafs fans ignored. Read the second comment. Leafs fans ignored the playoffs for about 10 years because right when the Leafs signed Tavares, Leafs fans thought they would win a Stanley Cup. That's a good point. I mean, yeah. So Donnie says he says you're overrating every player Toronto gets. Personally, I don't think I am, but
John's giving you a big plug here, though, because it sounds like he knows a bunch of people over on the Mike and Buffalo Hockey Podcast, and it's definitely something we should look at collaborating with.
Check out Mike and Buffalo Hockey Podcast. I'm there a lot. It takes me forever to say hi to everyone. I'll definitely check it out after this, after the stream. And let's.
No, he's the Leafs analyst.
Let's keep addressing what this comment says. So Leafs fans ignored the playoffs for about 10 years because right when the Leafs signed Tavares, Leafs fans thought they would win a Stanley Cup. They didn't know that you need grit and defense. I think that that's a big part of why John Tavares has faced so much scrutiny, like media attention, like, oh, he just signed for all this money. He shouldn't be the captain. He shouldn't be this. He shouldn't be on this team. I've heard so much negativity about John Tavares, just not really appreciation for having a skilled player like him on this team.
Okay, but John Tavares isn't that special, though. Let's be honest. It's not like he's a franchise altering player. He's a good star player.
The signing that the Leafs got for John Tavares, like you think about it, even when they were signing him, like he was probably still close to a top 10 player, if not top 10 forward in the league. So, like, I don't think you can just be like John Tavares. Let's face it, he wasn't anything that was going to change the Leafs. Like, I think a lot of Leafs Nation, and this kind of adds on to Salmon's point, a lot of Leafs Nation thought that might be what pushes the Leafs over the edge. And I think what he's saying right now, too, is what's being addressed now. I think when we picked up Simmons, we picked up Thornton, we've picked up Bogosian, we have a bit more D depth and grit. where I think now they're starting to address those questions, whereas 3-4 years ago they weren't.
Johnny said something positive. Johnny didn't blame a Leaf player. Johnny has a Leaf player he likes.
And John Tavares is, I mean, it's a small sample size in Toronto, but he's currently 6th all time in Maple Leafs points per game. I know it's only 145 games he's played with the team, but he's averaged well over a point per game with this team, and I think that's all you can ask from him. He's a captain. He's like I said this last week, and I'll say it again. We're not in the locker room to see what goes on behind the scenes. Very limited number of people are. They know what's going on best, and he's obviously captain of this team for a reason. And yeah, he shut down the top lines. He's a good two-way center.
Who won the game? The bronze game today.
Finland. No, Finland,
Okay.
yeah. Finland won against Russia. Russia went home upset.
Well, they look shattered after last night's game. They just look absolutely crumbled.
Yeah, because Canada that was no match. Canada was all over them. And their goalie, I don't know what was wrong with his goalie stick, but did you see how many times he dropped that?
Yeah, I was getting a little sick and tired of Ray Ferraro. Ray Ferraro kept saying is, this goalie's got butter hands. He can't hold on to his stick. He's flip-flopping like a fish out of water. Like, he said that the whole game. You know, like, I don't mind Ray Ferraro, but, like, come on, give some other analysis. We don't care that much. Like, this goalie all over the place. Okay, stop talking about it. I felt he just talked about it way too much.
I actually missed that game. Donnie says he's got to walk the dog. I should probably do the same, but I'm gonna stick here. I'm gonna walk my dog, give him a bunch of attention right after this. A long time for Chewy to just be hanging out, so he's gonna get a long walk late tonight.
Shout out to Chewy for being a real supporter of the channel.
And you know what? Shout out to Donnie. 2 hours on the show, man. Shout out to you. Thanks for watching. Feel free to come back on this stream because we're going to be here all night long until the end of this game, until there's a gold medalist crowned. Currently, Team Canada's down 1-0 to Team USA. We got to change that.
I think Salmon's still going out after this point here.
Yeah, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it.
Yeah, so,
he wasn't trying to make John Tavares look bad. He was just saying Leafs fans ignored the playoffs because they got such a big player and huge, and right away they thought they would win the Stanley Cup. I mean, there's a video. I made a Snapchat. My reaction to signing John Tavares was very theatric. I was super excited. I remember Canada Day 2018. I put on this Maple Leafs helmet. I was like, I'll reenact it a bit, but it won't be the same. Like, I put on this Maple Leafs helmet. I got this out. I was like,
you were really pumped up then.
I was pumped up. I haven't said the Leafs are going to win the cup. This is a dynasty. It wasn't that big of a change. Like, John Tavares is a great player, but you can't expect him to just carry this team to the cup.
I got to say one thing, and I get what Salmon's saying here, but let's kind of like go back in time when the Leafs didn't have all these great players. When we didn't have Matthews, we didn't have Marner, we didn't have Tavares, we didn't even have, or maybe when we had Nylander still. We didn't have these top skilled players. All we had was Kessel. And let's face it, like Tavares is probably better than Kessel ever was, although Kessel, elite goal scorer, always putting in 30 goals a year for so many years. So you got to put his name on that. We're full of like Jay McLennans, and obviously these players had heart, and Leaf Nation doesn't rip on these players too much, but we were full of players that just didn't have the skill, you know, and we had more like subpar gritty players. We never had the top end players. So when Leafs fans could point and say we want Tavares, a top player on another team, we all wanted him, you know. Like, I think we have to go back to what we were before even, and we can't say now we don't have the grit, but before we had nothing. We didn't have anything.
How do you think someone like Kessel would look on the team now? Seemed like a supporting role even.
Kessel's never been like obviously probably top 1 or 2 forward, even in his prime. And he was a good sidekick, and that's why he won a couple cups, or there's only one cup in Pittsburgh, but you know.
Yeah, Kessel. I mean, we have expected too much of a lot of these players. Like, I remember our first line. I believe it was Bozak, Lupul, and Kessel. I think that was the first line when that was.
Yeah.
Lupul was a good player when he was healthy, though. He just couldn't stay healthy.
When he was healthy, put a big asterisk beside that because he was hardly ever healthy. I mean, I love the guy, Loop's Truth, great guy, but he was never around. He was always injured.
Yeah, 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 and like he was just taken off the contract books a couple years ago. Like, we signed a lot of bad contracts back then, and I think there's like, I can't remember who it is, but there's still one contract that's still affecting this team.
Isn't it like Nathan Horton because they traded for him?
No, his contract
still in the
finished this
book at
year.
all?
I think
It might be Kessel.
It was the word Kessel.
Kessel might, his contract still might be it. I'm not sure. Don't quote me, but it's someone's contract.
If anyone in Maple Leafs media comments knows, and can give Jake some insight, feel free to comment.
There's one of those contracts that's still like on our books. I just can't recall who it is exactly. And John Howard's back. Had to get a beer. Hey man, it's a long night.
There we go. Cheers, bud.
It's a long night. We're 2.5 hours into this stream. It's been a long show. It's been fun. You know, a lot of the viewers have left the show, but shout out to all you viewers that have stayed here throughout the whole show. Shout out to anybody who's been in the show at all. We appreciate everybody who's viewed the show. And it's just, it means a lot to get all the engagement, all the comments, all your thoughts. Drop your thoughts, whether it be about Team Canada, Maple Leafs, anyone around the league. Drop your thoughts, drop your questions, anything in the comments section. We'll get to pretty much anything you have to say at this point in time.
That would be interesting seeing Mikhail Grabowski play on this team.
Kessel is still on the books. Yeah, that's exactly it. Kessel's still on the books for this Maple Leafs team.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still on the books, but let's face it, he was our only light for 5, 6, 7 years.
I mean, would you rather have Dougie Hamilton or Tyler Seguin? Because that's like, I know hindsight is 2020, but Dougie Hamilton is literally what this team has needed for years. And Tyler Seguin did the exact same thing as Kessel.
And then there's the Raycroft trade. You laugh at that. Yes, look after your dog, Jake. Chewy's been a good boy all day. I made sure I give him a lot of exercise. I've got someone here helping me out with that, but I'm gonna give him a lot of love and affection after this show. That's my boy Chewy. I also have Sydney. After Sidney Crosby. Rusty Nail says, I would have loved to see Mikhail Grabowski, playing on this team with this talent. Grabowski was a good player. I think he definitely was a good player. Joe, I know you're a big Grabowski guy. What did you think of having him on this team?
I thought he had a lot of explosion every time he played. You know, he was always flying around the ice, and a bit younger back then, but I just remember every time I saw him in the Leafs lineup, like, I was excited, and I think he brought a lot of energy. I'm going to look up his stats right now because I kind of want to be reminded of it, but I'll get back to
my
him.
Grabo fanboy over here.
So, Jason Brooks with a question. Do you think if Freddie Anderson has a career year, does he play himself out of a contract? So, out of a contract meaning, I think what you mean by this is like he plays so well that we don't have the money to pay him. And I don't think that that's something that's going to happen because the pandemic world, what's going on, it's going to be a lot to ask for a player to ask for like top-notch goalie money. I don't think Frederik Anderson's going to get Carey Price kind of money. I don't think that he's going to get that at all because of the pandemic. Obviously, it's changed the cap situation, and that's going to affect NHL for years to come. Probably the next 2 or 3 years at least.
I think that's a valid point, and I think that's why some of the Leaf contracts are a bit more concerning now than they were. Because obviously they couldn't have foreseen that the cap wasn't going to go up, but given how tight they are to the cap, it's definitely concerning.
He says exactly. He agrees with a lot of what we say, and We're excited to get him on the show this Friday. If anyone in this show, anyone in the comment section wants to join our fantasy hockey league, is a $20 entry fee. Clarky will be there, Rib will be there, I will be there, and it will be Friday night, 8 p.m. on a live stream. We're going to do the draft, fantasy hockey draft. So let us know if you want to join the league.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say you can join. It's going to be a good time.
Definitely is.
Get some good competition.
Rusty Nails says, I think Chara gave Grabowski that big hit from behind and got up on his own and played the rest of the game with a concussion. I mean, probably. That's like something a hockey player would do, just get up and play with a concussion.
Not to say that we advocate for that here, maybe.
Yeah.
Obviously, concussions are serious issues, and it's definitely came out more on the forefront now in recent years, how devastating that can be to a player post-career. But yeah, I think that just demonstrates what kind of heart and soul Grabowski really did have for the team.
Yeah, obviously not advocating about doing that for sure, but that is something that we need to take seriously. Concussions are a big injury, and they need to be taken seriously, but it's something that obviously you don't always know that you have a concussion right away, and he very well could have been playing with a concussion. Jason Brooks, considering they also have Hyman and Riley to try to resign as well, and Dermott. So I think that this year's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens this upcoming season. We've got a lot of pending free agents on the books. Hyman, Riley, Dermott, Anderson. That's tough. I don't know. Okay, I'll play a game with you guys. So let's play a game of who'd you rather sign? So I'm going to give you two scenarios.
Okay.
Let's say Morgan Riley or Frederick Anderson. Who would you rather re-sign?
Morgan Riley. It's easier to find a competent goalie, and you can get one for a cheaper price. Getting an elite top tier defenseman is harder to find.
Clarky.
I'd probably have to go with what Rib said. Yeah, no, I don't think Anderson's like 32, so maybe if he was a bit younger, it'd be a bit more close.
I thought this was going to be more interesting. I agree. I got to say that it is Morgan Riley I'm taking too. I know that it's a goalie. It's a big hole. It's a big void to fill. But you got to consider the pending free agents coming up in the goalie market next year. Tuukka Rask is one of them. Devin Dubnyk. There's a couple other ones. I can't recall all the names, but I have a whole video about Frederick Anderson and why it's going to be his best year of his career. I have a whole video on that on Maple Leafs Media. It's about 9 minutes long. Check it out later tonight, maybe after the Canada game. Hopefully after Canada celebrates winning some gold. We got a question here from...
Outshot Canada 13-9 in that first period.
Oops, sorry.
We got a question here. So will the Leafs perform better with Joe Thornton? Is he that much of an access to calm them down from all the media attention? I'm gonna Joe, Clarky, I want your take on this after I play this clip of Joe Thornton. You tell me. I'll leave the comment up here too, so you can just let it soak in. Let me know what you think after this.
Struggled when it comes to the playoffs. Haven't been able to get past that first round. Obviously, you have that veteran presence, but what else can you bring to this team to help them get over that hump?
Yeah, whatever happened in the past really don't matter to me. I think just, it's a new season, new slate, but just bring energy every day. Just be excited, play with no fear, and just enjoy the game. I think that's, what I'm going to, stress these guys. Just every day, just enjoy it. Enjoy it. It goes by so fast, but put the work in, and you'll be rewarded. And that's, started today, we put the work in, and tomorrow we'll go back at it. But, enjoy what you do, and we'll be fine.
Crap! Team USA scored again. But
what
do you think, Joe? Yeah, USA
So
scored
we're
again.
going to see it in like 30 seconds? Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm so behind. USA scored again.
Yeah. All right. So what do you think about this, Joe?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, Thornton's still over 1,000 point scorer. So for him to say like the past is the past. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, he's also being pretty modest there. Like, this guy, over 20 years of experience in the NHL, and he's a veteran and a journeyman, but I think he's actually going to bring a lot of experience to the Leafs. I think even we saw the impact Marlowe had. We saw the drop off he had by the playoffs. He just couldn't keep up anymore. Hopefully they slot Thornton in a way where his pace is kind of hidden with the players he's playing. If he's playing with Matthews and Marner, maybe it'll work. So I think if they can really find the right line combination as well as like the right way to play with him, because yeah, he's going to be slower, so that might be a liability more than an asset. But his knowledge, his ability to assist, his ability to set up the plays, that's never going to leave him. So I still think that he's going to be.
Are you kidding me?
That's a dumb goal, though. That's stupid. I hate that goal so much.
So we are officially 2 hours and 31 seconds into this stream. We got over half a hockey game to go still.
Man, I can't believe Canada. Oh my god!
I'm playing spoiler for you guys a bit. Sorry about that, but
no, I'm gonna try to get this going a bit.
So, I'm just thinking about how funny a reaction will be like when I'm reacting, and then you guys react like a minute later. It's gonna be funny.
What time are you at?
I'm at 18:43 right now, but we got some comments here. I want to get to this question. I see your questions, Selman. I'm gonna get to your question in a second. Hopefully, we can get a whistle sometime soon here. Make sure you drop a like, smash the notification bell. You'll be notified every time I see your question, Salman. I'm going to get to it as quick as I can. I just want to get a whistle here.
Sorry, I don't know if you guys know this. Zegras, who's he a prospect of?
Oh.
He's so good in this tournament.
If I'm guessing, I would say I feel like it's one of Columbus or Colorado.
He is for Anaheim.
Was he drafted first round?
Yeah, 13th, I believe. 9th.
Yeah.
9th.
He might also be. This is his last year too, right? So he's kind of like Cousins, where he probably could be in the NHL.
Cousins, I think, I don't know what the whole protocol is, but I think he will be in the NHL this year. He definitely should be. He's an exceptional talent.
Okay, yeah, Cousins has played really well. He's reminding me of Braden Shan a few years back. Well, I guess that's more than a few now. When he had the World Juniors and played so well.
Okay, I'm gonna post this question up here. I'm not trying to keep Salmon waiting for this question. Just haven't gotten a whistle. Canada hasn't gotten enough shots. We're getting outshot 15-9 at the moment. Okay. So how do you guys feel about Joe Thornton being on the first line? Seeing that he is 42 and isn't the fastest, do you think he will be able to keep up playing against other teams' top lines? So the question we had earlier was, will he be able to keep up with Marner and Matthews? But this is a different perspective. Will he be able to keep up with the opponent's top lines?
Joey, go first because we answered this one already. So I want to hear your take.
Yeah, so basically kind of like the answer I just said. I think that I really think it's going to be the way Keefe sets up his lines, and not only just the people he plays with, but like how they're going to play in the offensive zone, defensive zone, breakout, carry the puck into the offensive zone, just everything together. And I think that if they can play in a way where they can kind of lean on the strengths of, let's say he's playing with Matthews and Marner, their skill and their youthfulness, but then somehow incorporate Thornton's ability to set up a play or, be that facilitator that he was on the Sharks for so many years. So I get that it could be a liability, and, obviously pound for pound, he's just not going to be that fast anymore. He's 42. He never was that fast.
Was he ever that fast, though? He's jumbo for a reason.
Yeah, no, he's a big guy. Like, it's hard for those big guys to move their legs quicker than a guy like Marner or Robertson, So I think it is a concern, but at the same time, it's also going to be the way the lines play and how Keefe sets it up.
That was a dirty little trip, whatever the hell that was.
So there is a comment I want to get to here. So about Morgan Riley in the draft, and you know what? Morgan Riley is the best player in that draft. Drafted before him, we had 4 players. We had Neil Yakupov, Ryan Murray, Alex Galchenyuk, and then who's the other guy? Reinhardt, and it's not Sam. It's Griffin Reinhardt.
Okay, that's a terrible draft. Or at least the top 5.
I mean, Riley should have been gone first overall, and I love the fact that he didn't. We actually stole that.
Because, I mean, Galchenyuk had a decent career, but not top 5 worthy. And, like, Murray's a solid stay-at-home defenseman, but he's not Morgan Riley level. And Yakupov and Reinhardt, I think that speaks for itself.
Yakupov. Neil Yakupov. I met him, actually, and that was after a Kinder-Russia game in my hometown where I live. And I had to wait 3 hours for that guy. 3 hours to get an autograph.
I don't remember. I think it was Brian Burke that was talking about when he was interviewing him at the draft. Like, he was just basically had the most, like, out there, non-typical draft answers he'd ever seen, and he'd talk about, like, a segment on it and how, like, disappointed he was with his draft answers.
Yeah, I've seen that, and that's like there's a guy in football. His name is Jamarcus Russell. It's like it just takes away the credibility of these players. Like, I'm gonna tell you the story about Jamarcus Russell. I know it's football, but it actually has something to do with this topic. So he was drafted by the Raiders first overall, like very hyped up prospect, and
didn't Calvin Johnson and Peterson both go that year too?
I'm not sure. I think it might have been Calvin Johnson's year, but he was given tapes to study by the coach at the time, and he was like, okay, go home, study these. Comes back the next day. What was on the tapes is what the coach asked him. And he explains these things. There's nothing on the tape. These coaches, they have ways of like checking out if you're actually going to be a good pick or not, and that extends through all sports. Like, Morgan Riley was a steal of that draft. The Leafs have had, and you know what? I'm gonna go as far as say, I know it's early, but Nick Robertson last year in the qualifying round looked like the steal of the draft. And I think Calgary might have gotten the steal of the draft this year in Jan Kuznetsov.
Love to see it. And what about, I'm going to say the Marner pick was pretty good too, as was the Nylander pick. They've all been pretty solid.
Donnie knows who Jamarcus Russell is. The $40 million bust. Neil Yakupov was a bust, but man, his draft year, could he fly? I don't think he had the brains to adjust the NHL. No wonder his interview with Burke went so terribly. I don't think it's his brains. I think that he's probably got a high hockey IQ. He's obviously a good player for a reason. He's got talent as well. I think it's just, from what Brian Burke was saying, it might be that he just didn't care enough.
It didn't sound like he had the desire to really want to play in the best league in the world.
Maybe he wanted to play in the KHL, but apparently he's been doing good in the KHL. That's what I saw that a while back. I don't know right now, but so almost halfway through the second period here. We've still got viewers. Shout out to all you that are stuck with us. This is awesome. 2 hours, 40 minutes in.
We need a Canada goal. We need a Canada goal, boys.
We do. We need to see me, you, Clarky. We need to see us all get hyped up.
I'm going to say it. I really think, I've watched a good chunk of this tournament, and I don't think Canada has had to play from behind for more than a period worth of time. And I really don't know if they can handle this adversity and make a comeback here. I think they've run into their best opponent yet, and I'm hopeful, but I'm really questioning if they can really make a comeback here. I don't know. U.S. just looks like they want it more even. Canada just kind of looks stunned right now.
They need to make adjustments.
Like you said, they haven't played from behind at all. Look at how one-sided most of their games have been.
Yeah, I don't think they were. Have they even been behind in this whole tournament? Like, I don't know.
I was watching the Russia game yesterday, and they said Canada has been behind for like 19 minutes total the whole tournament. Or been behind or tied. I don't think been behind. I think it was tied. Not been behind.
Wow.
Like Jason Brooks He's here as always. Big shout out to Jason, one of our
Starting
most
to
loyal.
yawn. I'm starting to get tired. It's a long show. It's grueling. I love it. This has been great. It's been super fun.
And
And
I look forward to drafting with you on
Yeah,
Friday.
Jason's always got these stats. I think he's going to draft a damn good team. This is going to be a fun league we've got Friday. He's got another stat. They were tied for 19 minutes. Jason's on top of all these stats. He's always dropping his thoughts in the comments section. Huge shout out to Jason. So we're at 2:40. Got a commercial break. Do we
Are you
want
on
to talk?
break too?
I'm on commercial break right now. I'm just gonna show a Maple Leafs video that they posted on their Instagram today because this makes me want to run through a brick wall. This gets me a bit hyped up. We got a first look at a lot of those new Maple Leafs and the new Maple Leafs attire. And the game is back just after that. So that was a nice little commercial break.
Just as I'm going into commercial break. Go figure.
That's hilarious. Let's go, Canada. Haven't said that enough today. Go, Canada, go. No, not getting the chant going here on live. Can I get a go Canada go in the comment section? Anybody?
Yeah, anyone that's here, go Canada, go. Let's represent.
Jumbo Joe looks good in blue and white, and you know who else looks good in blue and white? Wayne Simmons. He said this in a press conference. I wish I had the clip. I should have gotten the clip for you guys. He said in a press conference that when he was skating by the glass, he saw the reflection of the Maple Leafs logo on his crest, and he's just like taken away by it. He's taken away by the significance of wearing the blue and white. The Wayne train coming to Toronto. He's excited.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Go Canada, go from Brooks. Love to see it. Let's go.
And it's a Canada penalty at a very untimely.
Man, you're way ahead of me somehow. I don't know.
Spoilers over here.
Okay.
So, Rusty Nails, question for all of us, and this is for the viewers as well. If the Leafs don't re-sign Freddie Anderson, who is the Leafs' next goalie? Any guesses?
Jack Campbell. He's going to have a breakout year, and he's going to be the starter of the year after.
Okay, I like it. Go Canada, go from Aaron.
Tuukka Rask.
Tuukka Rask.
Don't get the Leafs fans started on that.
He is a free agent at the end of the year.
Go to Boston. That's what I've heard.
I'm gonna say we trade for someone. I'm just trying to think of who. Give me a minute to actually come up with a actual response for someone we can trade for.
Sean Gibson.
I was thinking that. I don't necessarily think that Anaheim's gonna trade him. I'd love to have John Gibson on this team. He's an outstanding goalie. And Rusty Nails, go Canada, go. Aaron, go Canada, go. Jason, go Canada, go.
Eddie, what was that dumb penalty?
I'm missing Donnie in the chat here. Did he go somewhere to do something?
He walked his dog.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
walking his dog. Hey, I remember. Make sure you smash the like button, hit the notification bell. Stress it a lot. It helps out the channel in a big way. Anytime you guys are commenting, all the engagement, no matter what it is, it helps. Share this to all your friends. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We try our best to stay consistently consistent. Bring out the best content for you guys.
You probably understands that. You get that, right? Parker's been saying that all channel.
What?
We're consistently consistent, right, Joe?
Yep. Yeah, and every Tuesday night, and even throughout the pain of this game so far, these guys are still hanging on. I mean, it hasn't been a pretty game, but we're hoping Canada can turn it around here.
See, I like Rusty's point. It's either going to be Campbell or Darcy Kemper. I could see Kemper being a good fit too.
Ooh, that'd be nice. I'm still trying to think though, like a team that would be trading a goaltender.
I think John Gibson's one of the only ones I can think of. Because Anaheim's kind of rebuilding.
Yeah. Maybe Martin Jones.
Martin Jones isn't that good though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just spitting names out there right now. Jonathan Quick. No. I'm thinking.
How that Leafs trade.
What's that? What's that? Clarky? What'd you say?
Clarky's gone mute.
Can you hear me right now?
Oh, you were muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, my lagging because I'm trying to refresh to catch up to Barco on my stream.
Oh, you're not crashing up. I'm on live television.
Oh, that's the difference. Every stream is the way it works.
Yeah, I'm on live television.
Halibut, Leafs should trade for him. I trade.
I don't think
trade.
Winnipeg's not going to trade him.
Joe, give us
not going to trade him.
trade offer for Halibut. How the hell are we getting him?
Honestly, I think that Leafs Nation, everyone's got good concerns too about Anderson's contract and whatnot, but he's still our goalie, and I wouldn't be upset if he was our goalie for the next 2 to 3 to 40 years. So,
did you say 2 to 3 to 40 years?
40, yeah, until he goes to 40. Why not? Yeah.
How did we miss that?
Wow, Byram, you're supposed to.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I think that I don't know.
Jason Brooks, Chafe. I like that.
Meh. Sorry, Jason. Meh. I want like a solidified number one goaltender, and Frederik Andersen is that. He's been that for us, but it's like looking past that. If we're not able to re-sign him, who do we want to bring in? It's a tough question. There's a lot of options. Devin Dubnyk's another pending free agent.
I would not pick up Dubnyk.
What about Corey Crawford?
No way.
No
way.
Yeah, this is Fleury. Bring in Marc-Andre Fleury. I know he's old. Bring in Marc-Andre Fleury.
Play a full season. You need someone to take like half the games from him.
Heck, if you're bringing in Fleury, you might as well just bring in Mike Smith.
What if we did this? What if we brought in Fleury and we brought in a Lundqvist or a Pekka Rinne? So we just have two old goats playing.
Well, Lundqvist, I don't think Lundqvist is playing anytime soon.
Yeah, because condition.
Do you know what happened? No? You haven't heard about that? Lundqvist has he's having like a open heart surgery right now, or he had it or something. So he's not playing this year.
Had to get like very intrusive surgery.
Yeah.
I hate to hear that because that guy's like a legend for the past.
Yeah, so thoughts and prayers out to Henrik Lundqvist and his family.
On a side note, too, was Henrik Lundqvist not one of the best dressed NHLers you've ever seen?
He was. He was.
That's why I want him on the Leafs. Like he can rock a suit so well.
Aaron Plante likes what I agree, man. Rask, but
Rask, that's my pick.
You know what? You could have traded Pogge for Raycroft. Instead, you gave up Rask, and look what happened.
Be quiet. You're the type of fan to be like, oh, could have done this, could have done that. We didn't do it. Move on. Brooks has all the stats, man. Brooks
yeah, he's always on top of it. Shout out to Brooks again.
I'm gonna delete the score off my phone. I'm just gonna add Brooks to my messages, and he's just gonna keep sending me all these updates every day.
Brooks, send me your TSN update app.
We got Don here apologizing to us. Donnie, why are you apologizing?
Hey, he was walking his dog.
Did your dog have a good walk?
Yeah, you gotta walk the dogs, walk the pups. The pups need love. So he's answering some emails now. So Rask was a Leafs draft pick. We all know that. I think we all know that. But for those that don't, he was a Maple Leafs draft pick. We will potentially have a chance to bring him in this year. I think that this team trades for somebody. I don't think we let Freddie Andersen go in free agency and then not trade for a goaltender. Like I don't see us. signing someone that's not Frederick Anderson.
What time do you guys have on your game?
6:13 in the second.
Rebel?
7:20.
No, closer to you than I was before. That I was closer to Jake before, but
Well, we are. Hopefully, this gets more interesting, so we can do some cheering and we can have like our own little segment of the after. You know how they have the
after
Canada
party.
people after the goals. Like, I have a red light here. I'm not lighting this lamp until it actually happens, though. It's just bad luck.
Why? How is everyone at different times? You're at 6:13 something. Brooks over here is at 6:30. I'm at 7.
Hey, I'm at 5. I'm at 5 minutes. 5 minutes 30 seconds. So Donnie's at 6. Yeah, I think that the comments might be coming in a bit after too. Like, oh,
yeah, they're always lagged. Yeah.
why is everyone on Canada on the everyone on Canada is hitting the ice? No one's keeping their footing here. It's like just
I don't think Canada
finishing their check. I like to see.
Yeah, there is checks.
play from behind. You know who I think has to step up here? I feel like Cousins needs to get a goal. I feel like if he doesn't, I'm not sure there's too many other players in this team that can just step up and make that difference.
What's his name? Terracimo or whatever. I forget. I don't know. How to say his
Tomasino?
name.
Okay, let's say prediction for next Canada goal. And everyone in the comments section, drop your thoughts too. Prediction for your next Team Canada goal.
I'm copping out and going Cousins because he's a natural born scorer, and I think it's most likely.
Okay. I'm going to say Cole Perfetti.
I'm going to say McMichael.
You just love Perfetti, don't you, Joe?
I didn't say Perfetti.
I said Perfetti.
Well, no, you were the one going on about Perfetti the other day, how he's overrated.
No, I didn't say he was overrated. I just I was just joking, but he was basically talking about his matchup against the guy in Germany. What's his name? Stitzel or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like talking about his matchup. And I was just basically saying it's not much of a matchup because like Canada has all these first rounders and it's just literally this guy in Germany. That's all I was saying.
I mean, that's kind of fair.
So let's show what everyone's thoughts are. Donnie says Byfield needs to step up. I'd agree.
Yeah, I gotta tell his girl to tell her sister to text Byfield to start playing better.
Omar, are you just plugging Byfield here over and over?
Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell another person. Connor McMichael, Joe and Jason, they're on the same page.
J&J.
My God, Levi was just getting hacked there by the U.S. That's bad.
Sorry, I say a lot when I'm watching hockey. I don't know if it's just from all the times.
That Varka was a goon and used to hit people and he's heard them say, oh.
I used to be a bit of a goon when I played hockey. Not too much. I was just a physical body, a physical presence in front of the net, whether it be defensively or offensively. I had heart. I played with some heart, like John Howard says. We're at a commercial break, guys. So let's talk some more Leafs. I guess you guys aren't at commercial break, are you?
Yeah, how are you not at a commercial break?
All right. Well, I'm really excited to see Jimmy Vesey on the second line.
Oh my, you and VC.
Jimmy Vesey on the second line is going to be awesome. Donnie, let's get your thoughts in here. Canada needs to shoot the puck more. Too much passing. Yep, exactly. We need to get good shooting opportunities. Like, we need to get into the shooting box.
I think we need a goal before the third. I really think we need a quick one here down the second.
I don't see that happening.
Carry some momentum into the period, but it's not looking like we're going to get that goal. But belief. And does everyone agree that the Maple Leafs are Canada's team? I asked this earlier. No one got back to me.
I said Canada's team is what's in your chest right now.
Hockey Canada, but in the NHL, is Toronto Canada's team? John Howard says, need a Belfour type or a Cujo in Toronto again.
Do those guys even play in the league anymore? Like, obviously not them, but I mean that type of goalie. I haven't seen too many like that.
There was no one like Eddie the Eagle. Come on. That guy was irreplaceable.
Eddie Belfour. Yeah, that's who I grew up watching. Eddie Belfour. That was and I met Cujo. I mean, these are both exceptional goalies. If there's a goal, okay, let's change this.
Oh my! Look at Danny in the comments.
Well, I think Varco disconnected.
Yeah, we can't pull up a comment here. I think he'll be back in a sec.
I was gonna say again, Brooks has dropped a knowledge here, saying, "Get bodies in front of the net and try to get that cycle."
I'm back, guys.
You
I'm
see what
back.
Donnie's saying? Donnie is smoking the leaf right now.
Interesting. Oh, no, not quite there. Not quite there. What a mistake that was, John Ferguson Jr. Which is he talking about? Do you guys know what he's talking about? Even if Felix
went in.
Guys, do you know that Frederik Andersen's fourth all time in Maple Leafs wins by goalie? He's only
he already?
Actually, he's fifth, I believe. Actually, fifth. He's 2 behind Cujo. He's gonna pass Cujo this year, barring any serious injuries.
Like, that's not really a surprise to me because, like, I honestly think Anderson has shown he is a top 5 goalie in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, you're going to get a lot of wins if you're top 5 goalie in the regular season. It's still yet to be proved when
did Snyder go in last year's draft?
15th. No, we picked 15th. He went 16th or 17th after.
So you're telling me we took Amroth over him?
Yeah, I thought we were taking Schneider too.
God.
Yeah, I did a live draft reaction to that. I remember. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't very happy with Kyle Dubas that night, but like thinking about it, I think Amarov, he's going to be a good winger for this team in the future, and there's nothing we can do. It's not his fault. He was drafted to Toronto. Let's see what he does with the opportunity. I would have loved to have Schneider on this team, but I'm excited to see what Amarov can do for us. We just got to support our guys, get behind them.
I feel like they tried to fill a positional need too much rather than just taking the best player available.
Pardon?
I feel like they tried to fill a positional need too much rather than just picking the best player available.
I don't know about that.
Because if you need the positional need, wouldn't have you went for defense?
No, but they have all this depth at defense.
No, but I think that, like, you're basically, I don't know. Like, they have a whole scouting process and something. They picked their guy. Like, they picked Amarov or whatever for a reason. You can't just be like, well, they should have picked another guy. They didn't pick the best player. Like, I think you have to define what they're looking for.
Look at Donnie here. Haha, you bit your tongue. Like, I bit my tongue when I tried to keep it PG during that reaction. I don't know if you saw it, Donnie, but I think that this team, like, you got to consider this about the drafting process, okay? The drafting process this year was different than any year ever, and over in Europe, Amarov's playing against KHL level players that are older than him. There was a lot of uncertainty at the time about what's going on with the CHL. Kyle Dubas pretty much drafted all European skaters for that reason, because they're all playing right now and they're all still developing. There's a lot of uncertainty over here in North America with who's going to play and who's not going to play. So that's why he drafted so many European skaters this year. That's what I think, at least.
Is it sad that I feel like I know that a goal is not coming right now because I haven't watched Marco react to one?
What, you getting bored or something, Rips?
No, but it's like I'm watching the last minute period, but I don't expect them to score because I haven't seen you react.
Well, maybe I'll just stay silent until you guys react. No, I won't, because I'm here. We're doing this live. You guys are behind. We got comment from Jason Brooks. Freddie is a workhorse. He's always kept the Leafs in the game, but takes a lot of heat for when they lose, especially in the playoffs. But when the Leafs win, he doesn't get the credit he deserves. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you. Yeah, he takes the heat like any Toronto media player. I don't know. The Toronto media just really likes to get on some of their players sometimes, and it's not the best thing for probably their mental health or sanity. But it definitely takes a certain type of player to play in Toronto.
Donnie, man. It's like Columbus shutting down the Leafs.
Donnie with all his analogies. Oh,
Donnie, man, I remember watching that series and I was losing it. I don't know. I expect better things from this team this year, and that's something I've always said, but I expect better things from this team this year. Higher aspirations. We're going to make the playoffs. We're going to make it past the first round. We're going to make it past the second round. Make it past the third round. We're going to make it to Stanley Cup Finals. Call me delusional. Call me a homer. It is what it is. The Maple Leafs are going to the Cup this year.
Woo!
Let's go, baby.
Someone's a homer.
Rusty Nail says, only way if Freddie resigns with Maple Leafs is if he takes a discount, which means under $5 million. I doubt he'll take a discount, which can potentially be his last contract if he signs. And yeah, I mean, I agree. There's Morgan Riley, Zach Hyman, Travis Dermott we need to resign as well. It's going to be tough to resign all these guys, and there's going to be some casualties due to the cap situation as well. What do you guys?
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, you guys were talking earlier about cap growth, and like, I don't think like when we sign those big contracts with like the big four or whatever, big five, you could expect that much cap growth. Like, obviously, with what's going on, probably not going to be any cap increases in the next couple of years. But the whole thing of the cap is like to manage within a budget, basically, right? So, Leafs are going to have to make some tough decisions. I mean, we probably have a bit too many defenders right now under salary, so maybe we either sign Dermott or let someone else go, and even Hyman. Maybe Hyman doesn't like the fact that he's been put on the third line, at least to start the season.
I feel like Hyman loves the Toronto area, though. He's from around here, so I find it harder to believe he'd walk away.
Yeah, no, you're right. But I mean, at the end of the day, too, like, I get what you're saying, and like that's probably still ideal for him, but these guys are still professionals. And if Hyman really saw a setback in his career to the point where he's like, I went from playing on the first or second line with some of the best players in the NHL to like a bit of a drop off, I might want to go somewhere else if I can get more money or it's a better situation. You never know. Like, these guys are still professionals. This is a job for them. So I look for the best opportunity out there.
I've said this numerous times throughout this 3-hour-long show that I think that third line is going to be a cohesive unit. We're at the intermission here, so let's talk some Leafs. Let's do it. Let's talk Leafs.
I'll be back. I'm just going to go get some water.
All right, you got some hydrated, and just come right back when you're here. So, we've been talking Maple Leafs all day long. Who do you want to talk about, Ribs? Let's get some comments flowing in here.
Honestly, I feel like we've covered so much of the current Leafs issues. I kind of want to see if people in the comments bring up like older Leaf players that really resonated with them.
Yeah, let's get like some stories, like what made you a Leafs fan or something like that. We'll
or like a player that you absolutely loved watching growing up, or like when you were older.
Yeah, anything like that. Just drop whatever you're thinking, whatever you got in your mind. This is a 3-hour-long live show. Probably going to end up being 4 hours, even longer maybe. So just drop whatever you're thinking in the comment section. We're going to post it up here. We love engaging with you guys. Smash the like button, hit the notification bell. And
join our Fantasy Hockey League on Friday.
Yes, join our Fantasy Hockey League. And be on the show Friday. Please, we're looking for more people to join this league. We want to make it as fun as we can. $20 entry fee. There's going to be a big prize at the end of the year. And it's going to be a fun way of engaging, getting more people on the show, talking, Maple Leafs talking, NHL in general, actually, through a fantasy draft. It's going to be super fun. Fantasy Frenzy this Friday, 8 p.m. Be there. Rusty Nails. Because of the cap not going up, the future goalie could be Campbell, Kemper, or Demko.
I could see all three of those working, to be honest. But I think I like Kemper the best.
I like Kemper the best too. But Jack Campbell, he seems like he's got a good attitude. I just need to see more from Jack Campbell. He's been behind some skilled goalies throughout his career. Hasn't really gotten the chance, but when the time comes, I'd like to see him perform.
And speaking of players that played really good at the World Juniors, Jack Campbell of the US of A played unreal at his World Juniors. Like, he had one of the best goalie performances ever.
Oh yeah, he did for sure. Him and John Gibson was outstanding at the World Juniors when he was playing as well. USA's had a lot of good goalies come out of their country there. Watching the highlights, Levy is keeping Canada in this game. He is. Canada's like struggling to skate with them.
Yeah, speaking of another good USA goalie, Wolf right now. He's a Calgary prospect. The
Who's that?
US goalie.
Who's that?
The US goalie.
Okay. Calgary prospect?
Yeah.
I really like Kuznetsov, man. Calgary got a good pick with Kuznetsov. That big defensive body. I think he's going to be good for Calgary for a long time. Clarkie's back, but he's muted. What's going on, Clarkie?
I was just watching. I'll play the volume when you guys aren't talking to me, just so I can hear.
We got a trade offer. It's
From
been a
who?
little while. It's been a little while. From Aaron Plant. He wants to bring Phil Kessel back to Toronto. Kemper, Kessel, packaged together. Darcy Kemper and Phil Kessel for Mitch Marner, Travis Dermott, and Aaron Dell.
What did Mitch Marner ever do to Kyle Dubas to deserve that? Going all the way to Arizona? I feel like that is a major undervalue for Mitch Marner.
It is a business. So like it's a business from a. So would you take?
It's basically a cap dump now, and you're getting a goalie back, and Kessel makes money, but you're saving like $3 million probably when it's all said and done.
Mm-hmm.
And Marner is way more talented and younger than Kessel, and heck, Kemper for Dermott and Dell isn't even out of the question depending on his contract situation, if he's expiring or not.
I say if you put picks in that, then I'll think about it. But as of right now, it's a no. You got to add some picks into that to sweeten the pot for Toronto. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're making it personal, like about sending him down there. Like, at the end of the day, like, if he's I forget the term, UFA, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a say in where he can go.
No trade clause. He doesn't have that.
Send the hometown boy to Arizona, though? That's a bit harsh.
What do you mean it's harsh? Arizona's nice, you know.
It's the desert.
No pressure. He would go from playing for the Leafs, where this guy was like the face of a scandal with the coach, to going to Arizona, where it doesn't matter. There's never going to be media on him, and he can get a nice tan and enjoy his life. So there'd be downside and upside.
Donnie says Campbell isn't very good. When Quick got hurt, they brought the starter from the farm team up to play instead of starting Campbell.
Okay, that's pretty funny, because I remember that happening.
He also says nobody wants Kessel.
I do, Donnie, but not for Marner.
Not for Marner.
Fourth line. He could put up 10 goals.
So the fourth liner, that's...
I mean, Phil Kessel. I mean, he did good stuff in Toronto. Like, he scored goals, but he was put into a role that the expectation for Phil Kessel was sky high. It was too high, and that was because of the trade that we sent over for him. Do you guys agree, Clarkie? I think I know for a fact. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, Leafs Nation can rip on him all he wants, but he was all we had. And it was just, you're right, the trade was a rip-off. Brian Burke pulled the trigger on that, right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard for any player to live up to the billing when you end up getting traded for draft picks that turn into a top 2 defenseman and a number 1 center.
You don't see Brian Burke, he's talking, oh, yeah, when I picked Riley. You don't see him talking about when he traded for Kessel. I mean, that was not a good deal.
No.
He talks about the Phaneuf trade a lot, though.
Yeah, the Phaneuf trade, I think, didn't the Leafs come out on top? Who did we trade for that? Staging,
Yeah, no,
right?
it was a bunch of Stager was really the only player worth a note at that point. They packaged a bunch of lower level players to get Phaneuf because he wanted to go to Calgary. And Calgary didn't want him.
Burke wasn't he had some bad trades like the Kessel trade. I thought the Phaneuf trade wasn't bad. JVR, I thought that was a good trade when we went JVR.
That was a win.
The JVR was a huge steal. That was a huge risk at the time, but that was a big win.
Yeah, dumping Shen, that was a great trade.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Shen, though, because he was put in such a messed up situation coming in the league that young with that much responsibility and expectation.
It sounds like a theme I've just heard, a lot of players being put into bad situations here, but I think that this year it's a different dynamic around this team with all these veterans and just new players. It's very exciting to see what's going on with this team. Rib's got to fix that. I was about to remove him from the stream for a second, but he's good. He's good.
Oh, my webcam wants to give out on me right now. I might have to leave for a second and come back.
So let's show what Clarky. How's it going today, bud? It'd be better if Canada could pull out a win here, eh?
Yeah, gotta stay hopeful, but I'm not too sure at this point. I think, like I said earlier, Canada hasn't really had to come from behind yet, so that's a big challenge. I feel like that's a big challenge for a team when you've dominated the whole tournament, and not until the last game, you play a team that can actually challenge you, or is going to score against you. That's tough. That's tough to do.
It definitely is. It definitely is. I think that Canada needs to overcome adversity here. I mean, it's not something that they've really faced at all this tournament, but they need to adjust quickly because they're running out of time. To be quite frank, they have 20 minutes to score 2 goals to tie it and go to overtime and extend this live show even longer.
I mean, that'd be a pretty cool comeback, though, if Canada manages to pull it off.
I mean, crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened. So, comment from Rusty Nails. Only bring Kessel back to sell more hot dogs for Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. Okay, so there's 2 trades here. Kemper, Kessel, Marner, Dermott, and Dell.
We had that one.
But he's adding to it. And a 1st round and a 4th round pick.
From Arizona, I'd do that, yeah.
Yeah, I might actually do that too.
A 1st and a 4th? Come on. Now you're just sweetening the pot to the point where I'd do that.
I don't know. I think that the 4th actually has to be higher. I think the 4th has to be a 3rd or 2nd. What do you think? So that trade we had earlier, Rib, Kemper, Kessel, Marner, Dermott, Dell, that trade. But he's also sweetening the pot and giving us a 1st and a 4th round pick. But hold on.
Unless you're getting 2 firsts back, I don't think I'd take it.
I don't think Arizona even has a 1st next year. Do they?
I think you'd have to get 2 firsts back in combination with that deal to even consider it.
Didn't Arizona get stripped of their 1st round pick?
Yeah, the whole Mitchell Marner incident. Or I think that's what his name was. I'm pretty sure, they got stripped of a pick for that.
Mitchell Marner? No,
whoever the American player was they drafted late as a steal, but was found out to do terrible things.
Jake Drohan with a comment here. Toronto eliminated 1st round this year.
Shout out to Jake Drohan for showing up for the stream. Jake, you know what I'm going to ask you? Because I know you're a Canucks fan. Will the Canucks even make the playoffs this year?
Ooh. So, what do you guys think? Will the Canucks make the playoffs this year? Rib, you answer your own question here. What do you think?
I'm going to say in the Canadian division, they're a casualty. And they're a team that potentially in their regular division could make the playoffs. But with the Canadian division, it's too strong and they're out. They're the odd man out.
Okay, big question here. Interesting question. This year specifically, what is going to be in the Canadian division the biggest rivalry to come out of this Canadian division? And you got to consider last year as well. You got to consider some of the signings that have been happening. Calgary, Vancouver, kind of swapping teams a bit. And then there's Calgary, Edmonton. They had a bunch of fights last year. Toronto, Montreal playing against each other. Battle of Ontario. All these Canadian teams playing against each other. What do you think?
I think we could honestly see a Western team become a big rival with an Eastern team this year. And it wouldn't surprise me if we got like a Toronto-Calgary rivalry or a Toronto-Edmonton rivalry.
Okay. I think Toronto, Calgary's one. Joe, what do you think?
I'm gonna still stick to it. I'm gonna say, you know what? I think I gotta go with what Brooks said. I'm gonna say Edmonton, Calgary. I think the Battle of Alberta is gonna be an interesting one this year.
Brooks with some insight, agreeing with Clarkey once again. I mean, Toronto and Calgary is what I was saying too. Toronto and Calgary, Matthew Tkachuk and Wayne Simmons are gonna go at each other. Wayne Simmons is not gonna. He's not gonna play around with Matthew Tkachuk. Pardon?
It's not really a fight. I think Simmons got him.
Tkachuk's bigger than you think.
Oh, is he actually? I thought Simmons was way bigger than, like at least height. Than
I think Tkachuk's actually taller.
I'm gonna look it up.
Wayne Simmons. I think Wayne Simmons would win that fight. And Donnie, to answer your question, I saw that a while back. No, we use this thing called StreamYard. It's I pay a monthly membership for that, so we can stream this and bring you the best content possible. We are staying consistently consistent.
Yeah, he's bigger than Simmons, actually.
We are going to continue pushing out the best content we can on a daily basis. Maple Leafs Media, bring you all the updates about the Toronto Maple Leafs. We got a live stream here, live reaction to the Canada game, and Canada is being shut out at the moment. Let's turn the tables, guys. So, Jason Brooks, Canada came back from, I think, 2 goals down against Russia last year to win gold. And it's happened. Funnier things have happened. We've seen John Tavares with his last-second heroics to Jordan Eberle. Aaron Plante thinks Toronto and Winnipeg's going to be a rivalry that emerges. We play each other 10 times this year. I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Laine Matthews.
Although, how bad will even, I know this is normally a big rivalry anyway, but like, plot twist, I didn't even think about this. What about Montreal-Calgary? Because I know they have bad blood from back in the day with the Cup Finals, and it'd be like a next generation, like.
I'm not sure. Maybe. That could be one.
And then we could all bring Calgary fans and Leaf fans together on their hatred over Montreal.
Oh, here we go. No.
What time are you guys at in the game?
19.
Okay, I'm facing off right now.
Yeah, no, I just started the next period.
This is going to be fun. Hopefully Canada gets some goals here. Hopefully spoiler for you guys.
I'm kidding.
So, thank you to everyone who's been watching this video. We are over 3 hours into this stream. My estimation, we're going to get to probably around 4-hour-long live video. So thank you so much to Rib. Thank you so much to Clarkey for your time. Thank you guys. Thank you to everyone in the comments section. Just a huge thank you to everyone for just making this possible. It's great to get together and watch some hockey. And would you guys rather see some like live reaction in the comments section? Let me know. Would you rather see some live reaction videos to the Leafs games or a post-game stream? Because I'm leaning towards a post-game show where I just go over some highlights, talk about the game with you guys. That's what I'm leaning towards. But let me know what you'd rather see. It's all about what you guys want to see. So, Canada, 21-21 shots. Let's go.
What predictions do we have here? Do you guys think that Canada's going to make the comeback?
Canada make the comeback? The way they've been playing, no, but I think yeah.
My heart says yes. My head says no.
And Jason says, I think the post-game show will be a fun one to do. That's what we're going to do. That's what I'm leaning towards. I think that's what we're going to do. Post-game show. I'll get on here. I'm going to try to make it every night, but I also have other stuff going on. I've got a Buffalo Bills channel. We're going to get Rib, Clarkey on every now and then as well, due to their availability. Maybe even get some of just the viewers on. Let us know if you want to come on here, and we'll chat something out. There's a trade offer here from Aaron Plant. Plant. I'm not sure. Plant. I'm gonna say Plant. Nylander for Line. Nylander for Line.
Didn't we answer this trade a while ago?
We did, but you know what? Let's answer it again. Let's answer it
I don't
again.
remember what we even said at that point.
I know exactly what I said.
I think I said no.
Line is on a bridge contract. He's got 2 years left, and I think he has $13 million on his contract. He's getting close to $7 million a year. So no, I'm not doing that. No deal.
Yeah, no, I think the contracts were the deal breaker there because Nylander is on a bargain discount contract, and Line is going to want to get paid in 2 years.
Yeah, Line is definitely going to want his money, and there's all these rumors about him being traded out of Winnipeg.
Yeah, I don't think they like him there. He plays too much Chell.
Fortnite's his game, I'm pretty sure. So let's go. We need to win this gold. I'll be really pissed off if we don't win gold.
If you want to see the happiest reaction ever, let Canada win 3-2 in overtime, and you get to see Barker go off.
And then you guys got to go off like a minute or two later. Donnie says wouldn't happen. Jason says no deal. Yeah, it's I think we're all in agreement that Nylander for Line. It's not really beneficial to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like, Nylander hasn't really completely flourished yet. He's a flower still ready to bloom. He hasn't completely bloomed. He's scored 30 goals last year, but he's not at that peak in his career yet.
I mean, neither is Line. Line had one really good sophomore year, but he hasn't quite lived back up to that since.
Yeah, but he's also on the bridge contract, so like it's just like Nylander's locked up for 4 more years. You're gonna get more production out of Nylander over those 4 years than the Jets over that 2 year. And Jason says I don't see Winnipeg making that deal. I'm not sure if either team makes that deal, but I don't think it's beneficial to Toronto. I think Winnipeg would win that trade. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I think you guys brought up good points. I think the salary situation too, with Lonnie's being a bit larger, is unattractive for the Leafs. But I think both players still have a lot to prove in their career. So I don't know. Time will tell who's better or who's going to develop and flourish and is worth their value.
Let's go. We gotta get the puck in the net.
Do you guys like when they show the fans, like the virtual fans? It's so weird, eh? Like, I gotten used to it by now, but
I mean, it's kind of interesting because at least it gives you some perspective of what people are watching look like.
I kind of hate it. I hate it, to be honest. I'm sorry. I know it's all about fan engagement, but I think it looks silly. I'd rather just
you know what's ridiculous too? Like, obviously, we're talking about 2 different countries and comparing apples to oranges in some sense, but not really. It's like, I was watching college football this weekend, NFL a lot of the times, and there's a lot of states and stadiums that have fans, mostly family members, spread out across the stadium. They have no one in this arena. And I get it because it's Canada and we're probably a bit more strict and all that, but there's literally no one in this arena except for around the glass.
That's got to be a weird. That's got to be a weird environment too, because the World Juniors you just feed off the atmosphere and the hype, especially for Team Canada. Like, it's got to be so strange for them that if this is the one World Juniors you play in, like, there's no one here. There's no fan energy component.
Yeah, and it's a huge stadium. Where I think isn't it not where Edmonton plays?
Yeah, I think it's.
It is in Edmonton.
What's it called? What's that stadium called?
Rogers Place. Rogers Place. There's Rogers Arena. There's Rogers Place. There's Rogers Center. I think this one's Rogers Place.
It was Rexall for the longest time, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's Rogers now.
Yeah.
I think it's Rogers Place. So continue dropping your thoughts in the comments section about how you feel about this Canada game. I feel like comment section's dying down a bit. I feel like everyone's just getting pissed off, impatient.
Canada can't score, and everyone's like not happy about it.
We have nothing to say. It's just like staring blankly. There's going to be that spark of energy, though. Stay tuned for that spark of energy. I believe in this team. Sanderson. I wanted Sanderson, too. There's a bunch of guys. Jake Sanderson on Team USA.
Yeah.
Number 8. He's a big guy.
We
Defenseman.
need a power play.
You just love the big guys, don't you? Kuznetsov, Sanderson.
Hey, it's a big asset, and it's
a
nothing.
bias. It's a bias because you're a big guy yourself.
Did you guys see the one guy on Sweden? The huge guy. He's like 6'10" or 6'9". Forget it's Soderberg or something like that. He was so dominant with his size. Like, he was so big, but he actually was a good skater.
I wonder if he's related.
Pick up. I think Nashville or Philly. He's huge.
He could be related to Dennis Soderberg.
Maybe. He's huge though. Like,
yeah, I'd like to see another really tall defenseman like Chara work out.
Well, he was a forward though. He was a winger.
Oh, he was a forward? That's even more interesting. Is he a center?
What do you guys think of? What do you guys think about Chara signing in Washington?
It's interesting.
I mean, it seems a little bit more natural than if he had came to Toronto.
Definitely. I mean, Chara, he's still going to be an effective defenseman. His size is just such an asset. Like, the length of his stick, he can poke check from like such a long distance. It's unreal. He doesn't have to be the fastest skater. He's got a hockey IQ that can just top your speed with his hockey IQ.
I don't know. From many of the things I've read too, he's like one of the best players with like fitness and like keeping himself in shape and all the off-ice stuff.
Yep. I mean, you don't stay in the NHL for as long as you have. Just like in the NFL, you don't stay in the NFL for as long as you have. If you're not if you're Tom Brady, if you're Zdeno Chara, you don't stay in these high competitive level leagues if you're not fitness freaks. They're like, go Canada, go. Go Canada, go. That's what's missing from the stadium there. There's no crowd noise.
I think Chara too, like, obviously he probably isn't as good as he was a few years ago, but he took a while to develop, didn't he? Like, when he was on Ottawa, he was okay, right?
I mean, when he was on the Islanders, even way back when, he wasn't the greatest. And then when he was in Ottawa the first year or two, it took him a bit to develop. And then he had one good year in Ottawa, and then they let him go because they didn't want to pay him money, so he went to Boston. And then he really blossomed.
Yeah.
John Howard. Canada needs to score now. This is like
Howard.
This would be an embarrassment to win the game 16-2, and then whatever we beat Austria, what was it, like 11-0? It'd just be an embarrassment.
I mean, even beating Russia by what we did and then not scoring in this game would be.
Yeah. It would be.
I mean, I don't want to rip on the guys too much because they're still our kids. At the end of the day, these guys are young, and there's a lot of emotions. But
I want to shout out Holo here. I haven't seen him in the comments section before. Make sure you smash the like button, hit the notification bell. You'll be notified every time we're live. This has been a long, grueling live here tonight. 3 hours, 30 minutes into the show. We talked Leafs at the beginning of the show if you want to click back and watch that at any point. And we are talking about Team Canada doing a live reaction. Hopefully, Team Canada scores at the very least. But we're going for gold, I hope.
Coast to coast Canada.
Go
Canada.
Canada.
Where are you from in Canada? General
province?
Ontario? You from Ontario?
You're out west, out east?
Yeah, drop whatever province you're from. Just showing your support from all around Canada. we've got Rusty is in Buffalo, and he's cheering on Canada from Buffalo. So
Rusty's in Buffalo, eh?
yeah, shout out to all of our.
We're all in Ontario here, Southern Ontario.
We had a view
Nothing
from
special.
Australia. We had a view from Australia earlier today. Jason Brooks from Ontario. All right, let's go. That's a big play. No, you know what? The way that USA is playing tight defense. They're
well coached.
The
they're
USA is
swarming.
playing like they want it more right now.
They're just swarming our guys once we enter the zone. I think we should do some more dumping and chasing, but that might not be effective against Sanderson and these big guys.
Jake Drohans from Ontario. Go figure.
Aaron Plant.
Hey, Ontario.
Guelph, Ontario.
Do you like these Canada jerseys? I kind of like them, man. Like these red ones. They're a bit different than years past.
Seems like the World Juniors jerseys change every year, eh?
What do you think of the? I like the socks. I don't know. I think the socks are cool.
I like the socks too. Yeah, that's my favorite part of these uniforms.
I don't know. I like these jerseys, but I liked last year's better.
You got Saskatoon.
Oh yeah, what's it like out there in Saskatoon? I'm curious, Matt.
Wow.
So let's go. Oh, Byfield, man.
Do you like the U.S. jerseys more than the Canada ones?
What the hell?
The U.S. ones never change, though. It's not like they're
No, I'm just
creative.
asking. I'm just getting your opinion.
Donnie said it. Like I said, they're playing like Columbus did against Toronto. You're right. It's like a mirror image of it.
We got a good question here. Where do you see Phil Kissel in 9 years?
On a golf course eating hamburgers.
How old is Phil Kessel right now, guys?
He's like 34 or something, 35.
Phil Kessel, how much longer do you think he's got in his career? Like 3 or 4 years?
I mean, he's a legit sniper.
The guy that's taking care of his body. I don't know.
He's a legit sniper, so that ages well. But like, I'm not sure about his physical.
Okay, so like I said earlier, though, just drop who you think's going to score the first Canada goal. I think it's going to be Perfetti.
McMichael.
And Rib, who do you have earlier? Don't change it. I'll remember. Cousins. Okay. Drop your thoughts in the comments. There's a question here from Donnie. Do you guys have a favorite hockey movie? I know the answer to this. Goon.
Yep, Goon 1 and 2 are both good. I like them.
Goon's my answer. Goon. How about you guys?
Too. Maybe like a heartfelt story.
What about the Hanson Bros though? Going back to an old one.
Drop your thoughts. What's your favorite hockey movie? In the comments section, just let us know.
Phil Kessel's 35 now. Yeah, 9 years he's on the golf course.
He's 33.
Oh, I read that wrong.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Come on.
So, man, Jake Sanderson's really good. Imagine if Robertson was on this USA team, though. That would have made a difference, like added difference. Like,
oh yeah, he'd be a top line forward for them.
Like, would this game still be this close? Probably.
I mean, I don't think one player in the World Juniors, unless it's like a Connor McDavid type of level, is going to make as much of an impact for that.
Donnie says, sorry to hear that. That Goons is our favorite movie.
Slapshot, yeah, that's what I mean. He's going old school.
It's a classic. Jason says The Mighty Ducks. It's a good one.
Okay, am I the only one that says I've seen some of those? Obviously, it's a movie, but the Mighty Ducks had some of the most unrealistic hockey plays I've ever seen in my life.
I haven't seen The Mighty Ducks. I just
it's supposed to be like all realistic, dude.
Like, can you imagine if someone tried the flying V in real hockey?
Pardon?
I thought you do that on Sledge. Didn't you say you did that?
No, that's fucking. Yeah, no, that's.
So Commercial break, guys. Let's talk some Leafs, I guess. You guys aren't on commercial every time. I keep forgetting.
I'm at 9:20 right now. I'm not on
Yeah, I'm at 9:30, dude.
Okay, let me ask you guys, because I think I talked about this when I was alone for a couple minutes. What player has impressed you guys the most in the World Juniors?
What player has impressed us the most? Well, for me, I know who it is. Ottawa Senators pick, German-born Tim Schultze. He has had an amazing tournament when you really consider what he had to work with on the team he was playing there with and the talent, and a few of the highlight reel goals he scored. He is going to be one hell of a player for Ottawa for years to come, and probably a franchise changer for them if he keeps up this pace.
Clarky, a.k.a. Clarky Snipes?
I don't know. There's been, World Juniors is always fun to watch. Every year I'm like, oh, I'm not going to get into it. But I end up watching all these games because it's just fun to see these guys play. They're young, so they make mistakes, but they're flying over the ice. I think there's a lot of great players. Seagrass on the U.S., just how many points he's got in the whole tournament. Seems to get on every goal with the U.S. He's assisted one tonight, scored one. I think he's a really good player. I also think the guy, like I was mentioning, the guy in Sweden, Soderberg or whatever, this really tall, like 6'8" guy. Like I just was watching him play, and like he basically like was like a man amongst boys. He was like pushing people off the puck, and like no one could really check him. No one could pick the puck off him. He had a stick like 7 feet tall.
Well,
He looked
I was going to say, at an NHL level, he'd even be a man amongst boys, let alone juniors under 20.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anyone on Canada because obviously Canada's just loaded. And they've been impressive the whole tournament.
Cousins.
Cousins probably been the best player. So.
Shout out to Camden. Good to see you
love
in
it.
the chat again.
Love it. Thanks for coming back. He says Niemela, Zegras. I say different players. Well, I also had Niemela. This is my picks. So Cousins, unreal. He's gonna be dynamic. Like think of him on playing with Jack Eichel and Taylor Hall. That'd be unreal. It's not gonna happen year one, I don't think, but that would be amazing. Topi Niemela, and then the guy that you guys might not have even heard of, Jan Kuznetsov. He's gonna be good for Calgary. He's a big boy on defense. So we got comments about Kessel still coming in.
Leaf fans love Kessel, and I don't appreciate Henny's negativity in his chat.
It ain't over till it's over. We've seen crazier things happen.
That guy cheers for Team Ukraine. Where have they been this tournament? He's the #1 super fan for Team Ukraine.
Oh. You guys are gonna hear me react.
No, I think we're almost at the same time.
What are you at?
750.
I'm at 711.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm behind both of you now. I'm at 820.
Yeah. Let's go. We still have people watching throughout this whole entire show. Like that is unbelievable.
Yeah, shout out to our loyal Donnie,
John,
Jason.
Camden's been here throughout.
They've all been here for such long times.
Sorry,
we really appreciate all the support, guys.
Sorry for missing you. Aaron's been here a long time. Holo's been joining in recently. We had a lot of people stay with us a long time tonight, longer than ever. And it's going to be another long night Friday. We're welcoming you guys to come on the show Friday. This is your opportunity to come on the show, talk some Leafs, talk some fantasy hockey, talk hockey in general. Fantasy Friday. Only requirements are you need to pay $20 to enter, $20 entry fee through Yahoo, and you just need to have a microphone. If you don't have a camera, just come on and talk. If you have a camera, it's an asset. You're welcome to come on the live stream. You don't have to either. We would like to get as many knowledgeable hockey fans in our fantasy league. It's going to be Fantasy Frenzy Friday. Draft takes place at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 5 minutes, 46 seconds left in this hockey game. Let's go.
I don't know. I don't know right now.
We need a big.
Oh! USA
We got a question. What time on Friday?
Aaron, to answer your question, it's 8 p.m. on Friday.
Oh, Aaron, yes, 8 p.m. Friday. And if you want to join, it's difficult for me, Joseph, Ribble. It's difficult for us to find you guys on other social media platforms, and we can't message you on YouTube. So it really helps out if you guys shoot us a message at Maple Leafs Media on Instagram or Facebook, and that way we can stay in touch and we can get you in this fantasy league. Spots are starting to fill up, and the league's starting to take form. We're looking to get 12 players in, but we'll play with 10, we'll play with 8, whatever we get. Question here, and Rib, I'm going to ask you this. Rib, this is from Rusty. Rusty's back here. I don't know if he ever left, but would Sam Bennett be a good ad for the Leafs as a future third-line center or winger?
I personally wouldn't want Calgary to give up Sam Bennett, but yeah, I could see him fitting in on the Leafs really well in the third line role, similar to what Soup's doing now, or Kerfoot. I think he's a better version of Kerfoot, personally, and he'd be a nice ad for the Leafs if Calgary ever decide they want to move on from him.
Do you know what his contract's like?
I don't know what his current one is. The last I remember was like $3 million a year, I want to say, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. I mean, could be a good ad. I just don't really see how he slots into this current lineup right now. I'm sure you could find a spot for him, definitely, but I don't see that trade happening at this point in time right now.
I don't see Calgary giving him up.
Yeah, no, what he was drafted pretty high, wasn't he? Like,
he's never lived up to the draft pick, but he's a solid like middle six forward.
Let's go Cousins. Drysdale's gonna step up too.
Hey, why are you telling me to cheer up, dude? Our boys are losing. That's why I'm all salty right now.
So 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Canada has 27 shots to 21. I'm feeling shootout vibes.
I'm feeling we need a goal vibes.
If it was one goal down, I'd say shootout vibes, but
hey, magic miracles happen.
Knock on wood.
I'm glad Varco still has the belief of a young child that they'll come back.
You're tripping me on live stream right now? You're saying that. Let's go.
Let's face it, we're Leaf fans. We all have to believe. We all have to have that deep belief that we can make a comeback or we can make the playoffs. We're Leaf fans. We need to have that.
Hey, crazier things have happened. Like, look back to 2013. Crazier things have happened in less time. So there's still a possibility. And you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about it, though.
Take it in that the U.S. is 3-1 against Canada in gold medal games.
Donnie keeps saying it. Mirror image of Columbus and Toronto. What was that stat you said, Rib?
The U.S. is 3-1 against Canada in gold medal games at the World Juniors.
3-1?
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the brand color because we need some Canada spirit here. Let's go.
And if Canada scores, Varco, I expect you to play that light.
Obviously.
Wait.
The light's gonna light itself. It's Bluetooth. It's ahead of this. It's probably ahead of you, I bet. Like it's gonna light before you guys even know they scored.
U.S. is 3-1 in finals.
Yeah.
Did they win against Canada in 2016 when they won gold? U.S. Pretty sure it was against Canada, right?
I think so.
Or was it against someone else?
That was that not
Matthews year. The 1 year they won with Matthews. I think it was in the tournament in the U.S. in Buffalo. I'm pretty sure.
And then there was the one when John Carlson broke our heart.
Or something. Yeah.
Back before Carlson got drafted in what, like 2008? That really good Canadian team that John Carlson.
Yep.
Or don't get my hopes up if they don't score.
Ryan Callahan was on that team.
McMichael just smashed his stick. That's an update. I just saw McMichael smash his stick.
No way.
Yeah, the camera moved, but he was swinging it at the.
Well, he's got a lot of pressure though.
That
How many
That-
draft picks are on this Canadian team? Isn't there like 20
Damn.
first-round draft picks on this Canadian team right now?
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Like,
All
it's
the,
a
first,
stupid,
all the forwards are first round picks.
yeah, like it's a stupidly high number.
Yeah,
Like,
and
that might-
TSN does an outlet saying this is the most stacked team Canada's ever had. Like,
I mean, I don't think you could say that when you look at the 2005 team now. That's big shoes for anyone to live up to.
Henny doesn't know if this is the finals or not. Yeah, it's a gold medal game.
I assure you, if Team Ukraine was playing, you'd know.
Let's go. Keep a puck in. I think that might have been the final straw, but I still got belief. Let's go. 2 minutes.
we need the refs to give us a favor here, so, given that they're all Canadian refs. Like, give us a couple calls here. Come on.
Can you imagine what people would say if the refs just like blatantly?
No, you know what, guys? We got to call a spade a spade. This
Okay, no
USA
wonder
goaltender-
McMichael was so upset. Yeah, no wonder McMichael was
This
upset.
USA goaltender is outstanding. Got to call a spade a spade.
Yeah, and he didn't even start the tournament. I remember
my
watching.
Lord.
It was Wolf starting. You said Calgary's got Wolf, right?
Yeah, Calgary has Wolf, but Knight's the back. Was the back?
Wolf's trash compared to this guy.
I'm really trying to
Congrats
stay,
that Calgary's got the worst US goalie.
trying to
I
stay
mean,
peak.
it's a small tournament. It's hard to judge them just based on like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding.
I'm starting to get
Yeah.
that stunned look on my face. Like, that was an unreal sequence I just witnessed. You guys will witness it in a second.
In a good way or bad way?
Good for the USA
It's in a bad
goaltender. He's that USA goal. He's outstanding.
Canada's got 10 shots this period to the US has 1. They've been all over them, but they can't score.
He's good. I mean, and those
You
were
gotta
good
admit, though,
opportunities too. Those were good chances. Not all of them, but
This
some of them were.
Zari was a little mouthy there. Like, dude, you're frustrated. Canada.
Another Calgary prospect.
Zari?
Yeah.
Oh my!
Calgary seems to have all the short end of the stick here on the prospects. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure these guys are
Holy
really good.
crap. I got to remember that these guys are just 18, 19
Yeah,
year olds. So I got to that's something we should remember, guys. They're younger. I mean, they're playing their hearts out right now. Show some belief in them, though. Minute 28 seconds. It's
Oh my god.
Man, you're so much ahead of us. I'm looking at 2:08 with Levi halfway out of the goal.
Let's go, Perfetti. Oh my.
The US goalie's playing so good. Oh my.
Yeah, he's special. Nice.
Yeah,
played well.
I'm with Joe. I'm at 208 with Levi out well.
106.
Just hope the Canadian boys, like, this isn't their career. For some of them it is, but most of them not.
I mean, they're all pretty much first-round draft picks. I think they'll at least play a few years in the league, most of them.
I think more of the players that, like, it's more of like their international starlight is like the Russian or European players. Like, not Russian, but some of the European players.
Shoot it. Oh my god.
Come on, you gotta be kidding me.
Keats is back, eh? Ron Keats is back right at the worst time.
This defense is just Ron Keats in the house.
Up Keats.
Hey, I like your new background there, Maple Leafs. I like your profile picture. 19 seconds. Jake Sanderson and this defense on Team USA. And that's the final dagger. No, it's not. It hit the post, but it's not. It's not the women's hockey finals from the Olympics. It's over. Not even lighting the lamp tonight. I'll let you guys.
Canada not score right now. They're in the zone so much, but they won't shoot the stupid thing.
I'll let you guys analyze the rest of the game. Let us know in the comments section below what you think of the rest of the game, or your thoughts on this game. I mean, stunned.
And the USA had one good tip and kind of a trash lucky goal.
the face Connor McMichael just had was very explanatory. Won silver, and if you ain't first, you're last.
Oh yeah, who was the Swedish player a few years ago that got in trouble for throwing out the silver medal?
Oh, who was that? Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know who that was.
I gotta say something though. Donnie just made a really good point. It's one of the mottos I try to keep in life. Keep her tight and keep her straight. That's what the U.S. did tonight. The U.S. just dominated. I think they were direct forward. And, man, Canada just never was behind this tournament. They met a good opponent. They got their ass whooped. Hate to say it. Not ass whooped, but close to it.
I mean, it's been 4 hours.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm happy we had all of Maple Leafs Media Nation here with us, but boys, I wish we got a gold medal to show. This is.
I wish we at least got a goal so we could have lit the lamp.
Yeah.
Lit the lamp and celebrated together, but Team USA, Jason says, credit to the USA defense, but Canada looked flat-footed, and they looked flat-footed at the wrong time. Camden says, without Robertson too, lol. I bet Nick Robertson's watching this, and he's not too thrilled.
Oh, he's probably even more pissed off than he was prior to the game.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, I just what
he's
say before, Rebel?
He's probably more pissed off now than he was prior to the game.
No, before that. What was your other comment?
What? That I was happy that we had all these guys watching with us?
Oh yeah, you said yeah. You said all of Maple Leafs Nation. Yeah, these guys are diehards, man. If you guys have been going 4 hours strong, these guys are diehard Maple Leaf media, Leafs Nation fans. My dad being mad at me.
So thank you guys for watching this stream. It's been extremely fun. I can't stress this enough. Friday night, Fantasy Frenzy. Make sure you just hit us up if you want to join the league. And you can also join the stream. It's an optional thing, but you can join the stream, and you can be on here live with us Friday night, 8 p.m. We're going to do a Yahoo Fantasy Draft with a prize. So hope to see you guys in that league. So also hope to see you guys Friday night for the show. And even if you're not, if you're not even drafting, it's a good opportunity to get some insight for your fantasy hockey team, because we're going to spread all of our knowledge to the best of our ability, stay consistently consistent. So I'm going to hand the floor off to Rib, then to Clarky, and then you guys with your closing statements, and I'll close the show out. Rib?
Well, good night, Maple Leafs Media. Thanks for spending the last 4 hours with us. It's been a long grind of a show, but we love doing every single minute of it. I love to see that we are loyal fans all the way through. Camden, Jason, Ron, Donnie. Boys, you were a pleasure to watch the game with. And
Donnie wants to discuss what just happened. But
I mean, I feel like we could do a take on it, but
okay.
I'm not sure it'll be our greatest take, given that we're 4.5 hours deep.
All right, let's give our thoughts about what just happened. We can do it, Donnie. We can do it.
Let's let Clarky start because he's the most fresh.
Yeah, we can do it for you, Donnie. We'll stick with it.
I don't know about that, but I think it just goes back to the theme tonight is that Canada the whole tournament steamrolled opponents. You saw them steamroll everyone they play. Finland game was kind of close, but that was only close because they were coasting up 3-0. They run into a good opponent in the U.S. The U.S. was just as hungry, just as motivated, and they met their match. I think at the end of the day, Donnie had some good analysis, and so did I think Jason Brooks. And the day, Canada they couldn't get it done. They couldn't score goals, and I think they were kind of stunned being down 2-0, and they just could never recover. So, as sad as to see Canada not win the gold, gotta tip your hat to the U.S. They played a great game, and just shows that our neighbor down in the south isn't as bad as hockey as sometimes we think.
I want to say, Jason Brooks, another great comment. Always spreading knowledge throughout the comment section. Love to see it. credit to the USA defense, but Canada looked flat-footed. I mean, what I took from this game is that Jake Sanderson, I already knew this, but Jake Sanderson's going to be a great defenseman at the NHL level. I think that Team Canada, like he said, they came out flat-footed, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to see these guys heartbroken. They've worked their whole lives to get to this point. It's definitely it's sad, but congratulations to Team USA. They earned it tonight, and they were the better team. The better team won tonight, but
Yeah, I've got to echo Varco here. I don't like saying these words that taste like vinegar, but the USA was the better team tonight. They outplayed Canada at the Canadian game, and Canada never quite looked like they wanted it as much as the Americans did. Well-coached teams on both sides, and obviously the American coaches brought their A game tonight and really had their team organized and the proper structure to win this game. And obviously a few tough bounces for Levi in the Canadian net. Thought he played overall pretty well. Not much he could have done in the first one, and the second one just a bit unlucky. And on the other side, Knight played unbelievable for the States. And in tournaments like this, that's sometimes all it takes is one goalie to really turn the page.
yeah, and these guys, they look heartbroken. It's really sad to see that. But the USA goaltender Knight, he looked great. Stopped 31 or 33 shots. I'm not sure exact number, but he had himself a night. There's a lot of tipped shots, deflections that didn't look like the best shots, and not all of them were the best shots, but there were a lot of tricky, difficult bounces that he made the stops on. He stood on his head, and like I said, USA was a better team tonight. And Canada, old school says that's what happens when you beat Germany 16-2. I don't think that, I knew that was going to be said by someone. I don't really agree with that. I don't think that has anything to do with it. But what do you guys think?
I think.
Go ahead, Rip.
It was a nature of the circumstance more than Canada trying to outclass them. Obviously, they want to take their foot off the gas a bit, but what more can you do when the Germans are playing with 1.5 defense pairings and 2 lines against a full strength and well-rested Canadian team?
Yeah, exactly. This is I don't like seeing this tape, but it is what it is. This is even more different because the Team Canada players are giving their own players the medals. You know, they have the people that usually give out the medals. Now it's like Enzo says it right here. Dude, USA was dominant. Physical defensive hockey, and Canada was shocked.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's no other way to put it. But we are at 4 hours. This has been fun. I think we're all drained here. There hasn't been a washroom break, nothing. Great show, guys. I'll give you guys a chance to give your closing statements now. And just make sure you guys tune back in Friday night, Fantasy Frenzy. And you can get on this live show. I've said it so many times. I'm like a broken record. You're probably annoyed hearing it. It's now midnight. It's a different day. The stream's gone into another night, another day. So we've been streaming for 2 days long. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everyone who stuck through. Rib, what do you have to say?
Just a big thanks to Maple Leafs Media. This is definitely one of the most interesting ways I think we've all watched a World Junior Gold Medal game. Being on a live stream the whole time, and as we're all living through quarantine and everything that comes with that, it's a different experience for all of us. And I just want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your day and spending it here with us. And I think we all really enjoyed ourselves. We wish there was a different result, but that's why we love the game.
Clarky Snipes.
Yeah, I just want to say you two, thank you for being on an hour and a half earlier than I joined. I know you guys have been on a long time, and time flies though when you're having fun. Maple Leafs Media, I think that's the key here is everyone tunes into these channels or this show and this channel, because we're all just having fun, you know, whether it's talking about trade offers, about the Leafs, about Team Canada, about hockey. It's all that matters, you know. We're just fans coming together and enjoying. We're sick and tired of Sportsnet, TSN. We need regular people like us, you know, like we're just like any other fan. So shout out to everyone that comes and contributes and helps out the show, because our show's nothing without you guys, and we need your comments, we need your commentary. So thank you so much, and thank you also, Varco, for putting in the time, your channel, making all the videos you do. Really appreciate it. I know you don't get paid for this, so thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Clarky. Thank you, Rib. Thank you guys for coming on the show tonight. It's been fun. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to do this as well. You guys aren't getting paid nothing. Thank you to everyone in the comments section. Without you guys, this doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. This is just Leafs fans engaging with other Leafs fans. It's super fun, and I just can't wait to see you guys as soon as possible. Leafs Nation, can't wait till we can all get together after this pandemic. Everybody stay safe out there. Hope to see you guys. There's going to be more content coming your way. Of course, always more content coming out from Maple Leafs Media. I'll have the live fantasy draft Friday. So make sure you're there. Thank you. And until next time,